शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। मर्म में मेरे कृपा कर, मर्म में मेरे कृपा कर, आप आए हंस पर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। माँ करूँ तुमको नमन, मुझको शरण में लीजिए। माँ करूँ तुमको नमन, मुझको शरण में लीजिए। हे दयामयी देवी सिंधु, हे दयामयी देवी सिंधु, बुद्धि हमको दीजिए। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। नेह पाकर आपका वाणी अमर हो जाएगी। नेह पाकर आपका वाणी अमर हो जाएगी। ज्ञान मिल जाए हृदय की, ज्ञान मिल जाए हृदय की, कालिमा धुल जाएगी। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। मर्म में मेरे कृपा कर, मर्म में मेरे कृपा कर, आप आए हंस पर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। शारदे वरदे कि मेरी बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर। बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर, बुद्धि हो जाए प्रखर।
The aim of this conference is to provide an international platform to researchers, academicians, industry representatives, government officials, students, and other stakeholders in the field to explore the opportunities to disseminate and acquire beneficial knowledge from the various issues deliberated on different themes in the conference. Today, the chief guest of the day is Professor R.S. Salaria, who will be joining us shortly. We have amongst us the guest of honor, Dr. Yogesh Singh Chauhan, sir. May I now request Dr. Ashok Gupta, Honorable Chancellor, IIS deemed to be University, to formally welcome and greet Dr. Yogesh Singh Chauhan. May I now request Dr. Ashok Gupta, Honorable Chancellor, IIS deemed to be University, to deliver the welcome address.
Namaskar. Dr. Yogesh Singh, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur, distinguished experts, participants, colleagues, and dear students. It's indeed a matter of great privilege and pleasure to welcome scientists, academicians, young researchers, and students from different parts of the world to the second edition of FICR T's International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Applications and Solutions, which is being held in a hybrid mode on 7th and 8th January of 2022. It's being organized by the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology of the IS deemed to be University, Jaipur. IS deemed to be University, Jaipur is among the pioneer institutions for women education, not only in the state, but in the country. We took off as a college, International College for Girls in 1995. Then we became an autonomous college. And in 2009, the Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, conferred the status of a deemed to be university on us. And since then, the university has been creating milestones, not only in the field of academics, but also turning the students into world-ready women. Many of our students have become IAS officers, IPS officers, army officers, entrepreneurs. They have joined WHO and so many international organizations. And we feel proud of the achievements of our students. Even our colleagues have been doing wonderful job in transacting education to the students. Even during the period of pandemic, we did not stop. We kept on working for the academic advancement of our students. And I am happy to say that we conducted the examinations on time, declared the results on time. Consequently, no student suffered. We have arts, science, commerce, home science, fine arts, journalism, mass media and communications, and so many other streams like visual arts, which prepare the students not only for their life, but make them self-reliant also. The conference that we are attending today, we have around 150 participants of this conference, offline as well as online. Nowadays, computer science and IT have evolved as a fundamental tool for all kinds of technical and scientific research, training, and education. They are progressing consistently and continue to initiate and pave the way for new theoretical concepts and research in different fields of science. I assure you that though the different range of scientific sessions and topics, through the different range of scientific sessions and topics, different aspects of rising threats in external application and their solutions will be covered. which will give you a broad experience to introspect, explore, and collaborate. I'm sure these 2 days of the deliberations will help in conferring knowledge on the new technologies and the latest drift in the domain. With this, I wish all the delegates and participants an ambience of sharing and learning all the very best. I once again welcome you all and wish this 2 day conference a great success. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor T.N. Mathur, Honorable Vice Chancellor, IIS deemed to be University, to address the gathering.
Respected Chancellor Sir, Professor Ashok Gupta ji, Chancellor of the IIS deemed to be University. Our guest of honor, Dr. Yogesh Singh Chauhan, Professor, Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur. And other resource person join online mode, Professor Mike from NASA, USA, Professor Subhash Chandra, IIT Roorkee, and Professor Milan. Professor Rakhi Gupta, Professor and Registrar of the IIS deemed to be University. Chairpersons and resource persons of this conference, deans of the faculties, faculty members, and participants. Namaskar. Today, on behalf of the IIS family, I welcome all esteemed members and speakers who have gathered here for the International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Application and Solutions. It is a commendable attempt by the Department of Computer Science and Information Technology to organize this conference and provide a platform to researchers, academicians, and scholars to share their ideas and indulge in technical discussions and constructive flow of information. In today's time, when technology has stretched itself into every corner of our life, its extended involvement and role has also enabled not only people from the world of IT, but also the segment of the society, which was so far untouched, to create potential resources and to realize the importance of finding out expert applications and solutions in order to deal with the rising threats in the domain. This event endeavors to involve experts from various fields who will make possible the exchange of diverse ideas under sessions planned during this conference and successfully bring together members from different facets to find solution to the escalating threats in order to provide comfortable solution to common citizens. I wish a very successful participation to all in this 2 day international conference. Jai Hind, thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly release the conference abstract booklet. I also request Dr. Navneet Sharma and Dr. Neha Tiwari to kindly join them. Thank you. May I now request Professor Vijay Singh Rathore, conference convener and professor in the CS and IT department of the university, to acquaint us with the aims and objectives of the conference.
Respected Chancellor Sir Dr. Ashok Gupta ji, Vice Chancellor Sir Dr. T.N. Mathur Sahab, Registrar and Director Dr. Rakhi Gupta, our special guest Dr. Yogesh Chauhan Sahab, Anuba Madam, dignitaries of the dais and dignitaries sitting on the online as well. I would like to welcome you all in this second FICR International Conference 2022. I would like to tell something about this conference. The name is FICR, which can be pronounced as FICR. And FICR is a Hindi word that means to worries for the positive solutions. So whenever we are doing FICR, we are thinking about something which is going on. And if there is some lacunas in the things, then we are going to solve all these lacunas and then we are coming with some solutions. So the name of the conference is FICR International Conference on the Rising Threats and in Expert Applications and Solutions. So these expert applications are making all these things easy in our life. And this technology has given so many good things to us, but at the same time, there are some threats. And as very well said about one of my friend, Dr. O.P. Rishiji, that with the advantage of this technologies, we should also think about the disadvantages of the technology, and we should also think about the counter technologies. So whatever technologies are being developed by the person in the recent years, they have given so many positive upliftments in the society, but at the same time there are threats, and we need to think about those threats, and those counter technologies should be developed. So the objective of this conference was to discuss about all these types of technologies, basically on artificial intelligence, machine learning, expert applications, big data, cloud computing, IoT, blockchain. There are so many different technologies which are helping the world to make it more beautiful. And if you think about the threats, so we have been reading in the newspapers, and we see so many newses some games are making the children very, they are making habitual of those games, and they are doing some bad practices. They are making some payments unintentionally, and then they got catched by those hackers, and then there are so many different things that can happen. In artificial intelligence also, robotics is doing many things easy, but a robot is a machine, it's a mechanical. There is no emotion, there is no instant reply to the situations, because if you say in some building there is a fire, if there is a me and you are there, so we can take some action. We can call fire brigade, we can call 101, or we can just run away from there. But if there is a robot, it can do anything, but it will get itself destroyed if there is a fire. So that intelligence, that we can intelligence, that sense is not there in the robotics and all these things. So we need to make all these technologies they can help the society, but at the same time, we should be aware of all the threats also. So basic objective of the conference was to discussion about these or threats, and now coming with the solutions. So I'd like to thank, or I would like to welcome all the dignitaries, those spared their time and made it possible to make this conference a good success. We organized the first FICR International Conference in the month of January 2019. After that pandemic started, and again after 2 years, we are again collecting in the hybrid mode. Some are sitting on the online. I would like to thank you all. I will not make the name because names are coming one by one, and they'll be giving their talks also, and they will giving their best wishes also. So, but I would like to thank one and all those who have contributed in this conference in the form of paper submissions, presentations, session chairs, keynote speakers, and special thanks to Springer that has given us the approval for their LNNS series, which is a Scopus Index. And because of that series association with the conference, we could got a very good number of papers. Around 258 papers were there that we received, and then we had a very nice peer reviewed, and after that review we accepted around 100 plus papers, but we got only 75 registrations, because this time Springer allowed only 75 papers. So we have taken only 75 best papers out of those registrations, and those 75 also, they will present their papers in this conference, and after the recommendations of the session chairs, and all the experts. Then those papers will be sent to the Springer for the publication. So I'd like to thank especially Dr. Aninda Bose from Springer, who has been a very instrumental to get approval from Springer. Thank you so much, sir. You are sitting online. I would like to say special thanks to you, and I would like to say my thanks to all the like keynote speakers and resource persons all across the world. Thank you so much, and welcome to all of you once again to the FICR 2022. Welcome. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. As Professor Rathore rightly mentioned, that due to the advances in the technology, we are having this conference in the hybrid mode, and we have luminaries across the globe who have joined us online as well as offline. I would like to welcome Professor João Manuel R.S. Tavares, who is convener and professor at the University of Porto, Portugal. On behalf of the university, I welcome you, sir, and I request you to deliver a few words. I request Professor Subhash Chandra Sharma, who's convener and professor at the IIT Roorkee, to say a few words.
Hello, I'm audible, please.
Sir, you need to unmute yourself.
I've unmuted.
We can hear you, sir.
You're audible, sir.
Okay. So, good morning and Happy New Year to all the dignitaries on the dais, participants, faculty, staff, students. So, first of all, my sincere thanks to the management of IIS, Jaipur, SCRB, and the Springer to their support and help to organize such a big events. So about the events, I think will be come across in the next 2 days. So in brief, I can say we all understand the development of science, technology, innovation in our day-to-day life, how it play an important role in day-to-day life to transform our comfortable and the technology we use. So I'm sure that the conference will provide to exchange the innovative ideas or scientific ideas, information among all the technologists, scientists, engineers, inventors, researchers, developers, those are attending online, offline. I'm sure it will help to all the participants and the students and the new faculty, those have recently joined. They can get the knowledge, they can start their work in particular direction. So overall, in one line, if I say, it provides opportunity for interaction, for national, international collaborations among the different university institutions and the industry as well. So once again, I express my sincere gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and for their presence, especially offline, those have traveled from long distance to grace the function, to express their views, ideas, research. So I pray Almighty to bless good health to all the participants and we people. Thanks all, thank you all once again. So thanks.
Thank you, sir. We have with us today Dr. Yogesh Singh Chauhan, who is professor at IIT Kanpur. He is the fellow of IEEE and Indian National Academy of Engineering. He's also the editor of IEEE Transaction on Electron Devices and distinguished lecturer of IEEE Electron Devices Society. He is the chair of IEEE EDS Compact Modeling Committee and fellow of Indian National Young Academy of Science. He is the founding chairperson of IEEE Electron Devices Society UP chapter and is the chair-elect of IEEE UP section. He has published over 250 papers in international journals and conferences. He received Ramanujan Fellowship in 2012, IBM Faculty Award in 2013, P.K. Kelkar Fellowship in 2015, CNR Rao Faculty Award, Humboldt Fellowship, and Swarn Jayanti Fellowship in 2018. We are honored to have you amongst us, sir. I request you to share your views with us.
Honorable Chancellor, Professor Gupta, Vice Chancellor, Professor Mathur, Rathorji, all the faculty members and delegates. It's really a great pleasure to be here, coming first time to IIS University. And in fact, I met Rathorji 2 months ago. And then at that time we were talking about sometime I will visit your university, and I didn't know it will be so soon. So thank you for inviting me. This conference, I really like the topic. I myself work in hardware security. In fact, at IIT Kanpur, we have a center for cybersecurity, where a lot of different research topics are being worked on. And there are a lot of faculty members. In fact, they are also accepting proposals in the area of hardware, software security, in general security topic. So I would encourage all of you to even visit the website and check that. Other than that, for conference, I always say it's for networking. So of course, you can read the papers later also, but you cannot actually have this interaction which is there. So use these 2 days, although hybrid mode is restricting, but still use this opportunity to meet the people, talk to people, make relations, and especially both students and faculty members. These relations really last long. I remember all the way when I started my PhD until now, I only attend conference, the reason being I really want to talk to people and meet people. And that's how the collaboration starts. That's how, the further opportunities, new areas, all these actually start from this first time meeting, and then you take it forward. So use this opportunity, do networking, of course, attend the topic, attend the conference, and enjoy this. Thanks again for inviting me. It's really great pleasure to be here, and welcome to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Mr. Aninda Bose, who's the Senior Publishing Editor at Springer Nature India, to please say a few words.
New Year greetings to everyone. I hope you all can hear me. This is a great opportunity to start 2022 with FICR Teas, as Dr. Rathore has already explained the conference to you. And I also want to reiterate what Dr. Chauhan said. It's a challenging time, but always go for networking. That is the most important thing. We have seen that there are 258 papers and only 75 papers have been selected for this particular conference. So it's an opportunity for all these 75 people. In fact, when all this online thing started, before this hybrid mode, which is coming up right now, it's a big challenge for IIS University to conduct anything in a hybrid mode, definitely. But when this whole online thing started, I was very enthusiastic about one thing, that all authors can come and attend the conference, but unfortunately this is not happening. I haven't seen that happening, because I always see there are 4 or 5 authors in a paper, and if you are getting an opportunity to come online, then it's always a possibility that all of you can actually log in and you can come, but that is not happening. I have only seen people who are the presenter, they are only coming and they present. But as Dr. Chauhan said very correctly, conferences are only meant for confer your knowledge through networking. Networking is something that is why you have to attend. See, attending a keynote is mandatory, but attending track papers is something which is very, very important. You have to really attend those papers, because tracks are created by all these organizers. They really work hard so that the tracks are created in a proper way, so that you can communicate with each other, you can present your paper to the community, and then you can collaborate. I have seen many fantastic collaborations happening in conferences. Unfortunately, I am sitting at home. I am not able to join my friends over there who are still, few of them I can see sitting on the front rows, and a few of them on the dais, and Mike and Milan and Polkowski are all online. I can see them, but unfortunately I cannot meet them. This is a big restriction right now we have, but I am very hopeful that this Omicron will take care of the all the problems. And finally, after April or May, we will be able to travel and we will be able to meet each other the way we were doing before 2020. Many congratulations to Rathore sir and IIS team for having this particular conference to start the year. And I hope things will be good. Enjoy the conference, take advantage of every session and learn more. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Professor Mike Hinchy, Professor, University of Limerick, Ireland, and former Director, NASA, USA, to please say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to join you. I am very disappointed I'm not there in person. Until a few days ago, I had fully planned to be in Jaipur this morning. Unfortunately, I was exposed to somebody who was positive but didn't have any symptoms, and I subsequently tested positive and was unable to fly. Then on Tuesday, when I should have flown from Washington, D.C., a snowstorm caused the flight to be canceled, and the flight I should have taken yesterday from Delhi was also canceled for COVID reasons, according to the airline. So any one of these would have made me late or made it difficult to get there, but all three of them together was just impossible. But we've seen that we can use this sort of technology to put on events in hybrid mode, and it's very difficult to do. So congratulations to the organizers for putting it together so successfully. Just imagine what it would have been like 20 years ago if we didn't have such access to the internet. We didn't have connections at home that were so reliable. We certainly weren't able to stream video or to have two-way conversations across video. So we've seen how trends in technology have really come to our advantage over the last 2 years. Imagine if we couldn't have bought things online. Imagine if we weren't able to treat our sick family. So it's amazing what we have done over the years, and it's really important to have this opportunity to discuss new advances and the difficulties that there are with some of these advances. And again, I echo what Dr. Chauhan says, that it's really important to mix with people, to talk with people, and to use this opportunity to have conversations, not just to attend sessions. But I wish you a great event. I hope you have a great 2 days, and I will be joining you for some of it later. And I wish you all the best, and I hope to see you the next time in Jaipur. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Professor Valentina Emilia Belas, Professor, University of Arid, Romania. We would like you to say a few words. I'm afraid she has not joined us due to some technical error. Next up, Dr. Nico Phillips, who's Director, International Activate Learning at the City of Oxford College, Oxford. Okay. Professor Cornelia Victoria Angel, Professor at Babis Bolai University, Romania. They have not been able to join us due to some technical glitch. Next up, Professor Zdzislaw Polkowski, who's professor at Jan Wajkowski University, Poland. Sir has joined us. I would request you to please say a few words.
Namaskar. I am pleased to announce that I can represent the Jan Wajkowski University in Polkowice in Poland during International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Application and Solutions. The partner of Computer Science and IT, IIS, demand to be University Jaipur, is trying to create a platform for professionals, academicians, research scholars, and students to share and express their views on new trends in many areas, especially in context of rising threats. Is very good, let's say, area from scientific point of view. I believe that this conference will provide knowledge creations, skill enhancement, and development of innovative orientation among all who are and will be the part of this conference. I would like to say that organization of a conference is a very big effort of many months by many individuals. I'm glad that publication partner Springer helped to publish the highest quality scientific papers. So I would like to articulate my gratitude to keynote speakers, authors from many countries. I'm convinced that thanks to this conference, we will build one big international scientific family. I wish the conference all the success. Good luck. The best wishes from Poland, Europe. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. We have Dr. Dana Red, Associate Professor, University of Arid, Romania, with us. I request Dr. Dharam Singh, Professor, Namibia University of Science and Technology, Namibia, to please say a few words.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Dignitaries sitting on the dais of the dais. Dignitaries attending via virtual, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I have attended first series of this conference face-to-face, but this time I am not able to attend the face-to-face as our flights were cancelled due to the Omicron. So I am pleased to address this distinguished assembly of educators, innovators, reformers, visionaries, engineers, architects at this international conference on rising threats and expert applications and solutions. The theme of this international conference is of the utmost importance. The deliberations will be useful for the participants as they will serve as future guidance for the rising threats in expert system, expert applications and the solutions. This is very meaningful and productive academic exercise where researchers, industrialists, and developers will benefit from the experience and expertise of experts from all over the world. The recommendations following from the conference will be important learning point of the participants and help them to lead the way in adopting rising threats in expert applications to meet the challenges of day-to-day life. I wish you all great success for the conference, and I congratulate to the organizers, especially Dr. Anubajan, organizing secretary of this conference, for their excellent efforts in hosting this conference. Furthermore, allow me to recognize the convener of this conference, Professor Vijay Singh Rathod, for his unwearying support of higher education in the country and beyond, with a special emphasis on science, technology, and innovation. I'm sure that through the input of the distinguished speakers, specialized delegates, and the presenters hailing from the academic institutions across the world, this conference will assist in resolving meaningful issues in rising threats in expert application domain and adding new dimensions in the knowledge society. I think.
Thank you, sir. I would also like to apprise the gathering that we have luminaries from across the globe who could not join us today, but they have sent their greetings and messages through their video messages. So let's have a look at the first message, which is has been sent by Professor Vincenzo Piuri from University of Milan, Italy.
Ladies and gentlemen, namaste. Good morning. It is a great pleasure and an honor to address you today at the International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Applications and Solutions. I would like to thank IIS Jaipur for hosting this conference, all honorable officers of this institution for the support, the sponsors, and all organizers for their effort to make this event a reality. This conference is a unique opportunity for sharing knowledge on advanced ideas on data analysis, artificial intelligence, machine learning, intelligent systems, big data, multimedia, human system interaction, cloud, fog, edge computing, Internet of Things, security, intelligent application, and much more. These topics have a continuous increasing relevance in many modern application scenarios, and they have a significant impact on our daily life. It is essential to remain on the leading edge of technology and innovation in these areas in order to ensure continuous advancement of research and applications for industry development and for stimulating entrepreneurships and startups. It is a unique opportunity to offer a bright future to young professionals and the future generations. This conference is also an extraordinary opportunity for networking, creating opportunities for future research and applications to promote the scientific, economic, and social development. Let's light the lamp of knowledge. Let's share our knowledge for the benefit of the humanity. Thank you for what you are doing and will do. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Namaste. Ciao.
Next, we have Dr. Caterina Moriera from the Queensland University of Technology, Australia.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caterina Moreira, and I am a senior lecturer at Queensland University of Technology in Australia. Unfortunately, due to COVID pandemic, I will not be able to join you in person in this wonderful event. However, I wish that in this conference, you have Hello, everyone. My name is Caterina Moreira, and I am a senior lecturer at Queensland University of Technology in Australia. Unfortunately, due to COVID pandemic, I will not be able to join you in person in this wonderful event. However, I wish that in this conference, you have the opportunity to share your work with different people, different experts on different domains, and stimulate discussions that can help you enhance and improve your arguments and scientific ideas, and be able to develop new approaches and applications in the domains that you are working on. I wish that all the discussions that you take from this conference can bring innovative insights that can help you to come up with novel ideas that can help change the world. Thank you.
Next up, let's have a look at the video message that has been sent by Professor Marina Popolizio, Professor Vincenzo Di Lessi, and Dr. Alberto Ameto.
Dear attendants, my name is Marina Popolizio.
My name is Vincenzo Di Lecce.
My name is Alberto Amato.
And we are professors at Politecnico di Bari in Italy. It is with great pleasure that we participate in this important edition of this International Congress that involves important researchers from all over the world, including our friends and colleagues, Professors Vijay and We are sorry because we cannot present at this meeting, but the current emergency strongly limits our mobility. It is important to continue to work and produce innovation, even in this time and despite the restrictions. The scientific community has strongly contributed to the containment of the epidemic, also through events of this type, in presence in the past time when conditions allowed us to do so, and now in a surrogate way with great limitation to personal contacts and exchange. We hope to return soon to the meetings in presence, and we thank again the chairman and all the organizing committee for the great effort made, and we wish all the participants all the best. Bye.
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 We have a video message by Dr. Surendran, Assistant Professor, NIT Puducherry.
So it's my pleasure and privilege to be part of the second international conference on FICR TEAS. I have been at IAS Jaipur from 7 to 8 Jan 2022. It has a lot of innovative talks and keynote speakers, a lot of delegates, there were presentations from across the year and globe. And I'd like to thank all the participants for making this conference a successful one. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Vijay Singh Rathore and his team, a grand success. Thank you.
We have a video message by Professor João Manuel Ares Tavares, who is convener and professor at University of Porto, Portugal.
Good morning, everybody. Please accept my best regards from Porto, Portugal. So I would like to welcome all the participants of the second International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Application and Solutions. The main goal of this conference is establishment of international forum among academicians, industry representatives, government officials, end users, students, and other stakeholders to share, discuss, propose, and define developments, methods, and tools related to rising threats, mainly concerning expert applications. This edition of the conference has contributions for more than 20 countries, which highlights the worldwide importance of the conference and of its topics. This also facilitates the achievement of another important goal of the conference, that is to identify potential collaboration between researchers of different associated sciences. Finally, I would like to congratulate and thank the conference organizers for the wonderful work done in the establishment of this scientific forum, all members of the conference committees for supporting the conference organization, and invited lecturers for sharing their expertise with all the conference participants, all section chairs for facilitating the running of the conference and the discussion of ideas among the participants, all authors for sharing their relevant work and important contributions, and all participants for making this forum possible. So thank you so much. I hope to see you all very soon.
I now invite Dr. Anubha Jain, Organizing Secretary and Head, CS&IT Department of the IIS deemed to be University, to propose a formal vote of thanks.
Namaskar, everybody. Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Ashok Gupta, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. T.N. Mathur, our Registrar and Rector, Professor Rakhi Gupta, our valued guest of honor, Mr. Yogesh Chauhan, and the convener of the conference, Professor Vijay Singh Rathore. So it is my honor and pleasure to propose a formal vote of thanks on behalf of IIS deemed to be University at the second edition of FICR International Conference on Rising Threats in Expert Applications and Solutions, FICRTs 2022. I would also like to mention all the special guests who have connected virtually: Professor Mike Hinche, Professor Subhash Chandra, Professor Milan Tuba, Mr. Anand Bose, Professor Dharam Singh, and all other distinguished guests who have joined offline as well as online to make this conference a success. I welcome you all and I thank you all for connecting with the conference and making it a success. I take this opportunity to convey my heartfelt thanks to Professor Yogesh Chauhan for accepting our invitation to grace this event. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Professor R.S. Salaria, who was not able to make it, and we are missing him. He will be joining us shortly. I am deeply grateful to all our eminent resource persons who have joined the conference from different parts of the world, be it online or offline, to deliver the keynotes and invited talks. I'm sure that The knowledge they will be sharing will prove to be invaluable and will be of great intellectual significance. I also acknowledge the presence of all the participants. Your active and wholehearted participation during these 2 days, online or offline again, will be go a long way in helping you create a niche for yourself in terms of further studies or your career. I hope that all the interactions and discussions in the upcoming sessions will be an enriching experience for everybody and will come up with firm solutions against the rising threats in the areas of expert applications. My thanks are due to Dr. Ashok Gupta, Honorable Chancellor, IIS Deemed to be University, for his unstinted support and inspiring mentorship throughout, which has given this 2-day conference its present shape. I'm thankful to Professor T.N. Mathur, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, as Deemed to be University, for directing us on the right path with his vast experience to achieve qualitative results. I am also greatly grateful to Professor Rakhi Gupta, Registrar IIS Deemed to be University, for all the meticulous planning and keen attention to details, which has helped us in organizing this event successfully. Thank you, sir and ma'am. I also thank Professor Pradeep Bhatnagar, Dean Sciences, who has not been able to join us today, but he has always been there for guidance and motivation to move ahead. I close by thanking all the faculty members and the support staff and the students of the university for their exhaustive involvement towards making this endeavor take its present shape. Thank you once again. Namaskar.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Dr. Ashok Gupta, Honorable Chancellor, to please present the certificate of the keynote address to Dr. Yogesh Chauhan, sir. Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural ceremony of the 2-day international conference. I now request all our guests and participants to kindly proceed for high tea that has been served in the hostel mess. We shall resume the next session at 11:55 sharp. Thank you.
and Dr. Vibhakar Mansotra. And the keynote speakers for the same are Professor Mike Hinchi, Professor Yogesh Chauhan, Mr. Vipin Jain, and Mr. Aninda Bose. I request the extreme guests to take their seats on the dais. I would now request Dr. Anubha Jain to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Maya Ingle. Thank you, ma'am. Moving forward, I would like to call Professor Vijay Singh Rathore to felicitate Mr. Vipin Jain. Thank you, sir. As we move forward, I would now introduce our chairpersons for the day. Dr. Maya Ingle, Professor, School of Computer Science and Information Technology, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. Maya Ingle is a professor and system analyst at Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, based in Indore, Madhya Pradesh. She was former the principal at Indore Institute of Science and Technology. She has studied at IIT Kharagpur and in University of Roorkee. We welcome you, ma'am. Moving forward to our next chairperson, Dr. Vibhakar Mansotra, who is a professor of computer science, director of IT, and dean of mathematical sciences, University of Jammu. He is working since 1992. He has studied MSc Physics, MPhil Physics, MTech in computer science, and holds a PhD in computer science. He has published more than 64 research papers and has an expertise in computer science information systems, computer graphics, discrete mathematics, programming paradigm, e-governance, and many more. We welcome you, sir. I would now like to hand over the mic to the chairpersons to carry forward with this session.
Thank you so much. Am I audible, please? Normally, I don't make use of mic. But doesn't matter. See, I'm keeping it here. So, आज बड़ा मजा आया मुझे. See, nobody is there. I mean, from out of India. Therefore, मेरे मुंह से हिंदी निकल गया. So I think you will not mind. I don't know. So one of the speakers in morning, I think Anubha, she said FICR. So I catch hold of that word. FICR, FICR. And another word is tease. So everybody knows the meaning of teasing also. FICR and teasing. See, a very good combination of this. And, you know, FICR mat karo or tease karke usko harao. Something like this. So this conference is meant for that reason, I suppose. Because as, you know, the title says, rising threats in expert applications. Yes. Everybody knows that technology is going to change everybody's life. It has changed basically. And with this attitude, this conference is having too much importance. And lot many youngsters are sitting here. For them, I am sure that the speakers who are going to talk about their own topics, they will be highly useful for all of you. And those who are there in online mode, for them also, it will be too much useful. So with this, I would like to tell our honorable speakers that you will be given 15 minutes for your talk, 5 minutes for question answering. So please be mindful about the time as we are running short of time. So first of all, I would like to call upon our honorable speaker, Professor Mike Hinche. He will be delivering the lecture. Yeah. So let me introduce Professor Hinche. Professor Mike Hinche is Professor of Software Engineering and Head, Department of Computer Science and Information Systems at University of Limerick, Ireland, where he is also Emeritus Director of LERO and the Science Foundation Ireland Research Center for Software. Prior to joining the university, Professor Hinche was the director of NASA Software Engineering Laboratory. In 2009, he was awarded NASA's Kerle Award as Innovator of the Year and is one of only 36 people recognized in the NASA Inventors Hall of Fame. Professor Hinche holds a PhD in computer science from University of Cambridge. He is chartered engineer, chartered engineering professional, chartered mathematician, and chartered information technology professional, as well as a fellow of the IET, British Computer Society, Engineers, Australia, Engineers, Ireland, Irish Computer Society. He is editor-in-chief of Innovations in Systems and Software Engineering, a NASA journal and Journal of Brazilian Computer Society. In January 2018, he became an honorary fellow of the Computer Society of India. He was elected the 2022 IEEE Computer Society Board of Governors and will be the chair of IEEE Global Public Policy Committee in 2022 and 2023. With such a nice profile, I welcome Professor Hinche for his talk.
Good morning, everybody. I seem to have been muted there. It's great to be with you again. Space exploration is one of those areas that has always been a fantastic challenge for us. Space is often referred to as the last frontier, and it is one of those challenges that we always seem to keep coming back to. And we seem to have particular obsession with our nearest neighbor, the planet Mars. The idea that there was intelligent life on Mars goes back to 1877. An Italian astronomer discovered ridges on the planet that could have been made by water. And he described these as canali, an Italian word, which people misinterpreted and mistranslated to English as canals. And they decided that the planet had intelligent life. In fact, the idea of green men from Mars comes from an Edgar Rice Burroughs book called Princess of Mars, published in 1912. So the idea of life on Mars goes back a long, long way. And of course, we've seen over the years many successful rovers land on the planet, starting with Sojourner back in 1997, then Spirit and Opportunity in 2004. They were intended to work and last on the planet for 90 days, and they continued for 15 years. And then, of course, most recently, we've seen Perseverance and the helicopter that is associated with it, and that is sending back all sorts of wonderful pictures from the planet these days. And just last week, on the 24th of December, the launch of JWST, the James Webb Space Telescope, which will replace the Hubble Space Telescope and enable us to see back to the beginning of time and to see how the world truly actually evolved. This is the telescope on the lawn in front of one of the buildings at NASA Goddard Space Flight Center. This is it without the lenses, but everything else is there. And this is the team. And if you can just see at the end of that red arrow, that's me as part of the team. And of course, as I already mentioned, Mars has been our fascination. So this is the project that was to be the largest software project in history. It was originally called Constellation, then Orion, then Constellation again, Ares, back to Orion, and finally it's called Artemis, after the goddess of the moon. And it is the heavy lift to go back to the moon and ultimately take humans to Mars. So space exploration missions are some of the largest and most expensive software projects ever. They require huge levels of autonomy, which I'll explain. And of course, the consequences for failure are huge. Typically, these missions are 25 to 35 years in the planning. If they fail, there's 25 to 35 years of work lost, huge amounts of money lost, and a lot of public opinion lost. And it's the public that pay for space exploration. So it's very important that it is seen as something that the public see as benefit. And people don't realize that by law, NASA is required that anything it develops for space exploration has to be used in other domains and in other areas. So it's not just sufficient to go to Mars. The technologies that are developed to enable going to Mars have to be used in other areas. So obviously you can see opportunities for jet propulsion, you can see opportunities for imaging, etc., that can be used in all sorts of other areas. And in fact, NASA spends about 60% of its budget monitoring the Earth, not looking at space at all. This is a chart from the NASA Controller's Office, and each of the red dots represents a NASA mission. And the names have been taken off just to make it readable. But what it says is that when NASA invests about 10% of its requirements 10% of its budget in the requirements, it has a cost overrun of roughly about 10 to 15%. However, when it invests as little as 2% in its requirements, it has cost overruns of about 200%. I think the shape of this curve here, the yellow curve, is about right, but it should be up and to the right because the typical mission runs over budget by about 800%. So you can understand how getting it right to begin with is so important. So for the last 30 years or so, we've been working on the area of swarm technologies. Nowadays, this has evolved into drone technologies and we're all familiar with it. But when we started 30 years ago, this was something very, very new. The idea was to be inspired by swarms of bees and colonies of ants or termites and indeed flocks of birds. Not to copy them exactly because we don't know exactly how they work. We have some ideas of how they do. In fact, unfortunately, Edward O. Wilson, who was one of the great studiers of ants, passed away just last week. But we've been able to take some of these ideas and replicate them in a number of technology areas. So I have a colleague who works in drug discovery, and he says that this sort of technology has brought down drug discovery from a lead time of about 17 years to about 3 to 4 years. It's widely used in communication systems, particularly video on demand. It's used in environmental monitoring, so not just space, but also the oceans, lakes, rivers, and underground, and used in exploration, again, for space, but also for mining and similar areas. So the idea is that if we use a large number of smaller spacecraft, we have better use of solar power, and that's always a problem. We can go to places where we couldn't send a large spacecraft, and we can do more complex things. So for example, we can take X-rays if we have 2 devices. We can't do that with a single device. And we have greater accuracy and flexibility. We can do more things, we can collect more data, we can go more complicated missions, and we can go to more difficult places. But also we have resilience. We have the ability to continue a mission even if there is some damage. So we don't lose the entire mission because something has a collision. We may lose some of our ability, we may lose some of our data collection devices, but we don't lose the entire mission. So again, for 30 years or so, we've been working on ANTS, the Autonomous Nanotechnology Swarm. The idea is to send swarms of spacecraft to the surface of the moon and Mars, to the rings of Saturn, and to the asteroid belt. And that's the mission that I've been concentrating on because that is the more complex. And with NASA's stated aim of putting a human on an asteroid, that has become far more important to us. So the idea is to use walkers like these. So this device expands out. It moves essentially by rolling over, by transferring control from one node to another. And this means it can go over rocks and craters and rough terrain. And we can connect a number of these together to form essentially a caterpillar that can carry large devices and indeed even rockets. That, of course, is just a simulation, but what we have here is the real thing. And you see again that it works by falling over. And this device can shrink itself down to be a 30 centimeter cube, which makes it easy to transport, but it can also expand out to be 2 meters tall, and it can climb the outside of a 5-story building. So the idea of the ENS mission, the PAM submission, which is the Prospecting Asteroid mission, is to send 1,000 spacecraft from L1, which is the Earth-Moon Lagrangian point. It's a point in space where there's effectively no gravity on sufficiently small bodies. These spacecraft are pulled by gravity only for about 2.5 years into the asteroid belt. At that point, they form themselves into a number of subswarms, which will collect data of various types, identify those asteroids that are of interest, and send the data back to Earth. You'll notice that this arrow numbered 5 is unidirectional because data is only sent back to Earth. There is no control from Earth. There is a round trip delay of 40 minutes. So even if one of the devices that we send out to the asteroid belt could identify that there's a problem and send a message back to Earth, and even if Earth could solve this problem immediately, there's a 40-minute delay between the message being sent and the result being received back. By that time, the entire mission is lost. So this mission has to be entirely autonomous and entirely self-managing in space. So we've got a lot of interest about this over the years. Here you see from 10 years ago an article in New Scientist, which saw that we were creating spacecraft that could self-destruct for the greater good of the mission. We've also had some websites misunderstand what we were trying to do and accuse us of creating weapons, which of course is not what we're doing. The Times of London gave us a whole page article about one of the patents that we had generated and one of the techniques that we were trying to build into these spacecraft. And indeed, my late mother got her first patent at 81 years of age. I overheard her talking to one of her friends on the phone explaining what I was doing with drone technology. It was completely wrong, but when I thought about what she had described, we were able to adapt it. She got a number of patents out of it and was able to license these to NASA, and they are actually now being used in the helicopter on Mars as we speak. So we've been working in 4 areas of computer science: formal methods, autonomic computing, software product lines, and automatic code generation. So we've looked at how we can build a formal method that will describe all aspects of this type of system, everything from issues of state changes through to communications, through to probabilities. And essentially, we've created a dashboard of formal notations as part of a project that we call Formal Approaches to Swarm Technologies, or FAST. One of my former postdocs, who's now an academic in my department, developed a specification language called Autonomic System Specification Language, or ASSL, that has enabled us to describe various aspects of a mission in a formal manner and generate Java code. Now, NASA doesn't use Java in flight, but it does mean that we have the ability to generate code from mathematical specifications. We've looked at inspiration from the human body, the autonomic nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, which is concerned with fight or flight, and the parasympathetic nervous system, which is concerned with rest and digest. So we've been able to create an autonomic environment whereby we have the equivalent of a heartbeat signal, such as you'd have in embedded systems. To this, we add the concept of a pulse beat, something that NASA has been using for about 50 years now, whereby signals are sent at different strengths and different intensities to indicate different stages of health of a system. We can put components into sleep mode if they've been damaged or if they're not working the way they should, and then we can take them back out of that sleep mode when they're working appropriately. And lastly, we can generate what we call an autonomic license or an Alice signal between components that can trust each other and can coordinate to work together. We've used ideas from software product lines. So essentially, we're using the same devices to go on the planet's surface, to fly through the asteroid belt, and fly through the rings of Saturn. But they have different issues of how they have to protect themselves. So here in the PAM mission, there's a need to protect from solar storms that doesn't exist when going through the rings of Saturn. But there are other issues where protection could be swapped out and other technology and other support swapped in. And lastly, we've been working on automatic code generation. The idea being, of course, that if we have appropriate models, we can generate code, we can extract models from existing code, and then if we take the mathematical laws of concurrency, we can determine what requirements would have actually generated those models and reverse those so that we have a full round-trip engineering process. We've built a prototype tool for this. The shades of gray may not be very clear on your screen, but basically this is a mixture of tools that are available in the marketplace, tools that we've built specifically, and some other tools that we plan to build. We've used this method to automate our entire development process, improve quality, be able to do automatic proof of properties on implementations and proof of correctness. And we've been able to do a sort of what if requirements analysis by looking at what would happen if we change something in the system. And we guarantee correspondence between our requirements and their actual implementation as code. So we've been able to generate provably correct systems from end to end. We've been able to make automatic re-implementation after we change requirements. We can re-exploit this same technology across different platforms. People don't realize NASA don't use off-the-shelf chips. They're built specifically for specific missions. We can reverse engineer some existing systems to be a more mathematically sound model and document some existing systems, such as some of the expert systems that NASA has been using for 40 or 50 years, and for which the expertise is what's in them is gone. And then we can take some legacy systems and re-implement them for a new environment and for a new mission. So far, we've used it on agent-based systems, wireless sensor networks, and you could consider the ANTS mission essentially to be a wireless sensor network on steroids, because the sensors are far more complex, the conditions are far more extreme, but it is essentially a wireless sensor network. And we've also used it for the verification of the robotic procedures for the Hubble Space Telescope servicing missions. The Hubble, as I say, been replaced by JWST, but has been the most powerful space telescope we've had to date. These are the instructions for maintaining the telescope. The first column is timing constraints. The next is the movement of a robot arm, which eventually was supplemented with astronauts. And then the next two columns are constraints by the grapple arm. This looks like a Word document, and it is. It's 5,000 pages of a Word document, but it means we can tag it, we can generate XML, and we can plug it into our tool, and our tool enables us to find a problem. In fact, what our tool did was show us that there was a problem on the first line of the 5,000 pages of instructions. Now, that's not to say that this problem would not have been found by other means, but it was very satisfying that our tool was able to find it within about 30 seconds. So again, this mission, Artemis, the mission back to the moon and onto Mars, is to be the biggest software project ever. The estimates back in 1999, when it was first priced out, was about $8 billion for the software alone. That's no hardware, no science instruments, etc. So a warning is that not everything we plan on paper will scale up, and not everything that we plan will be absolutely appropriate for a future mission. But that's research. That's how we learn. That's how we develop. That's how we improve. And as I say, all of this technology will be used in other areas apart from space exploration, and will be used to improve life for all of us. Thank you very much indeed. Again, my apologies that I'm not with you in person, but hopefully next time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very much interesting and insightful speech. Any
Thank you.
question from audience, please? Any question from audience? No? So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It was really very interesting. And you initiated with the innovation led for Mars and Moon journey by NASA. Then you proceeded for technology aspects used in developing a resilient space exploration system, especially using the swarm technologies. And really, it really made us very much interesting to note about the application of various subdomains which have been used in your system. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. दूसरे स्पीकर को बुलाने से पहले हम सभी लोग यहाँ जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं सब सरस्वती के सुपुत्र या पुत्रियां हैं, तो उसके लिए दो शब्द कहकर और आज का समय ऐसा है कि हमें बहुत जरूरत है इन चीज की। कमल आसिनी धवल वसना, हंस वाहिनी सरस रसना, कंज कर की बीन मैया, माँ तू कर साकार दे। इन शब्दों के साथ मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी हमारे नेक्स्ट स्पीकर प्रोफेसर योगेश सिंह चौहान जी को। I would like to invite Professor Yogesh Singh Chauhan. Already he has been introduced in earlier session, but yes, I would like to repeat because all youngsters, they need to understand what this young scientist is doing. So everybody should take a note of it. So he is a professor at IIT Kanpur, India. He has been associated with many reputed institutions like Semiconductor Research and Development Center, IBM Bangalore, Tokyo Institute of Technology, University of California, Berkeley, and ST Microelectronics. He is a developer of several industry standard models. His research interests are characterization, modeling, and simulation of semiconductor devices. He has published more than 250 papers in international journals and conferences. With this, once again, I request Professor Yogesh Singh Chauhan to deliver his lecture.
Thank you. Please stop me when my time is over. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to give you some overview of electronics and devices. And so first is this motive. Can you remove this top part? Okay. Anyway, let's continue. So why we work in this area or in these areas is this is the motivation. This is the 5 megabyte hard drive. In 1956, shipped by IBM. You can see the size and how many photos you can store in this. Today's photo, there will be only one photo you can store in this. Okay, in this big size. Now you can see you can store thousands and thousands of photos just on the tip, of your finger. So that's the huge reduction or why people worked in the area of microelectronics or nanoelectronics. Another motivation, this is the first digital camera. You can see the size, and of course, kudos to this person from Kodak who actually invented this digital camera, which now you have, but see again the size. Okay, it's this big size, the first digital camera, and now it's there in your mobile, right? This was the first computer, Babbage first engine. You can see the cost involved and also the size and parts involved. It's a mechanical computer. And this was the first electronic computer where you can see a lot of parts, but what you will see the electricity, 150 kilowatt of electricity needed in the first electronic computer, right? Nowadays, you are talking about in your, even mobile or a few watt, 3 watt, 5 watt, right? Like that. So if you deconstruct your cell phone, which you have, Nowadays, unfortunately, you cannot open it, but old Nokia phones, if you can find and just open that, what you will find here, the chips, where everything is about microelectronics, right? So microelectronics is, or semiconductor is considered one of the most powerful invention in the history of mankind. 2014 Nobel Prize in Physics went for blue LEDs, and it really affects everything in our life. You cannot even imagine anything without this electronics, okay, or microelectronics. And it's a huge market, telecom being one of the biggest, healthcare, and it is said that this this century we will be actually seeing explosive growth in the healthcare. And the computing is as conventional and increasing. Smart energy nowadays, a lot of emphasis is going in the electric vehicle or autonomous vehicles, right? And you have to really use and automate everything on chips. It's directly a $300 billion market, but indirectly it actually affects close to 2.5 or more than that $1 trillion, right? In fact, you might have just heard that you are not able to get the cars on time, the delivery of cars, because of the shortage in semiconductor chips, right? So here is what we are seeing, again the market and where these semiconductors are used. Communication being the most, that means mobile phone, cell phone, and all this online talks. But next is being this AI and machine learning. These are really the growth drivers, right? And the data centers. So it's one of the key driving force in the industry. You see that it's more than $300 billion market. I will not go into details. These are the things which we do before you get the chip. Okay, you have to go through a lot of steps. You have to do a lot of simulations. You have to make these chips in the fab, right? You might have heard recently $10 billion announcement was made by government of India for the semiconductor fabrication facilities. Okay, so these are different types of companies which are there in the semiconductors. IDMs like Intel, fabless companies like Qualcomm, or all these circuit design companies which are there in Bangalore or Hyderabad. And then we have the foundries, and this is the missing piece in India, especially the foundry part. We have one or two, but those are again owned by government. We don't have any commercial fab in India. Okay, and it's a huge investment. If you want to make a good fab from which you are going to make mobile phone, let's say, or chips for mobile phone, you need to put at least $20 billion. $20 billion. It's a huge, enormous cost. It's not so easy to justify to common people. How are you going to justify this cost? This is the global semiconductor companies ranking. You can see the Intel being on top, and then some of these companies' name you might have heard, like AMD, the processors you are getting for your desktop, right? And then more companies which you may not know, but indirectly you actually use chips from all these companies, especially in your either car or your mobile phone. So what is a semiconductor? Semiconductor has a band gap between these two bands, which is called conduction band and valence band, and that gap actually helps us in modulating the properties, which again you can move this Fermi level by doping, etc. Okay, once you have this semiconductor, you can make a transistor from this. So this is a MOSFET, metal oxide semiconductor field effect transistor. And once you have a good MOSFET, you actually move on to build these circuits. So like NOT gate, flip flop, adders, memory, and go ahead and have multiple layer ICs, 3D ICs. Nowadays, system in packages, multiple ICs being put together. All these are like some of the advanced ICs which companies are working on. How do you make these? So you start with this ingot. You get the wafers from this, and then you actually have this is the fabrication facility where you have to wear these bunny suits so that you don't contaminate the process. And this is the fabrication facility. You actually make these transistors and then connect them together, and finally you get this IC. Okay, and which if you see it outside, it looks black because everything is packaged, right? And then this is the building block, the MOSFET. It's like a tap where you have a control from gate and current flows from source to drain. Okay. First transistor was made here in Bell Labs. It was the point contact transistor made of germanium. This is considered one of the best discovery in the semiconductor field, because after this, all this revolution in electronics came. Okay. This is the original photo of this first transistor, and more photos. In fact, I took some of these photos like this and other photos when I visited the Computer Science Museum in California. And if you ever go to California, do visit Computer Science Museum. It's really, really good. Okay. And so these were the inventors, Brattain, Bardeen, and Shockley. They discovered this or they invented this in 1948. And so Shockley is very famous in the field of semiconductors. He actually invented a lot of things like diode, transistor. He worked on a lot of these topics, and he even founded a company which was called Shockley Semiconductor, which only survived for 1 or 2 years. He was really, really a bad manager. So he could not actually manage his employees. But all these employees who were there, they actually opened the companies. Now you know the name of these companies. Intel, AMD, Robert Noyce, Gordon Moore, all these people were actually first employees of Shockley Semiconductor. So this is where it started, Shockley Semiconductor in Silicon Valley. Actually, at that time, it was not Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley started with Shockley Semiconductor, right? And now you see all these big companies, tech companies, you know, are actually have their headquarters there. Apple, Microsoft, take any name, Netflix, right? All these are there. So once we have transistors, you make these integrated circuits where you connect these and put these on wafer or connect these on wafer. So this was invented by Jack Kilby, demonstrated in 1958. He was awarded Nobel Prize in Physics in 2000 and also IEEE milestone in 2009. Robert Noyce, who was at Fairchild Semiconductor at that time, also invented 6 months later, but he missed by 6 months the Nobel Prize. Okay. And this is what we actually use the process nowadays, what Robert Noyce proposed. This was the first integrated circuit, bipolar transistor. Nowadays, we don't use that much bipolar. We use mainly transistor MOSFET. And this was the Intel's 4004 microprocessor. And again, it is said that this was one of the best first early processor. From there, the next all these Intel generations started. This is how we do the VLSI chip design. You have the process technology, which is like in the foundry. You have CAD tools where you do a lot of simulations, use these models to design the circuits. Okay, and these are different groups like IC design, TCAD in the company. Since you are not from electronics, I'm not going into details, so I'm just skipping some of these. This is how the VLSI design process works. You start from system, you go to circuit, you go to device, do the layout and other things. Circuit simulation is an important part of any design process. It was actually started in 70s, and then it mainly went from so the efforts were put in IBM for the algorithm part and the Berkeley for the engine. And these were the three people who were actually developer of SPICE. And this SPICE is used for any circuit design, it's actually using the SPICE. Okay. So I will skip some of these. So we work in the area of compact models. You might have heard about the register and Ohm's law, right? V equal to IR or I equal to V by R. So this is what we work on, and we take it further and develop the models. And there are a lot of effects we have to take care of. We follow a process where we develop a core model, and then we add all these effects which are there in the model. And this is the book which we have written for our FinFET model. This FinFET is the latest generation of transistor which is used in the processors or the mobile phones you have. So we actually developed the industry standard models, and I can proudly say that almost 90% of the circuit design in the world is done using our model, in the world. So that's the scale of efforts we talk about, and we really work very closely with the industry. And there is a CMC, which is a standardization body. We work very closely with them. These are the companies and some major groups. These are the different models. This is our model, ASM HEMT model, which in 2018 became the world's only two industry standard model. One is our model, other one is from MIT. Okay, these are the two models which are industry standard. And this was the media coverage. We work a lot with many companies, almost all the semiconductor companies in the world and universities in the characterization and modeling of these devices. So I will just skip these so there is this scaling which is called reduce the transistor size. That's why you get the better performance. This came from Moore's law, and it is said that it's not technology, it's economy, because you can reduce the cost, right? So high performance and low cost you are able to make. Okay, this is the technology trend which Intel had followed earlier. Now they are not able to follow, but that way they are able to improve the performance. Okay, so there are different types of devices. We work on FinFET, which it has been used by the semiconductor industry all the way from 2010 or so. And this is how the FinFET looks like. There is a transistor source drain, and then there is a gate. And this is the Intel's one of the latest FinFET, where you can see a very sharp, it's a three-dimensional transistor. And there is another type of transistor called FD-SOI transistor or UTB-SOI transistor. This is being used by ST and other companies. And there is a lot of research going on in different types of structures in the transistor. My group also works on that. And some of these are the candidates I use: high mobility, work on multiple gate transistors or tunnel FET, etc. Germanium MOSFET, 2D transistors, and even suspended gate or suspended body transistor, spin FET, etc. So these are some of the promising research topics which researchers are working on. So just to summarize, it's a knowledge economy. A lot of challenges are there in the technology, both in the hardware and software. We really need innovation, and I would love to see this coming from India. And I have been working in this research area myself for more than 15 years. And there are a lot of research opportunities. I would suggest that if you are interested in research, go for PhD, because that's the entry in the research world. And that's why, because I'm emphasizing this research part, because we really need to come up with new and innovative things on our own, not just be follower, but lead it by example. Okay, so that's it from my side. Thank you.
Any question from audience, please?
Feel free to ask any general question if you have.
Transistors are becoming smaller and smaller in size, so that our CPU has become smaller and smaller. But nowadays, that CPU is not more small, because they reach to some specific limit. So what is the future for the new type of the CPU?
So CPU will be like what you have. Okay, but when you talk about transistor, it's $1 billion question. Okay, I can only answer up to few years. Next 4 or 5 years, this FinFET will be replaced by what is called nano seed transistors. Beyond that, we all are working, and that's the question we all also ask ourselves. What new transistor after 4 or 5 years? So as I said, in this slide, these are all the research we are working on. We means all over the world, and even here. Which one will be useful? Which one will come? Which one will die? We don't have answer. I mean, we can say, okay, this is better for this, this is better for this, but will it come into production in the processor? I can't say. Yeah.
Here the major companies are giving 9th generation, 10th generation. It is just like they are giving name, but not major change in the system.
So actually, maybe it's partially correct. If you see the TSMC bringing the technology like the Apple iPhone, right? They have brought this M1 processor in their MacBook. It's actually giving you much better performance each generation, right? So Apple iPhone, if you see the processor performance, you are getting better and better performance. Why are you getting? One is of course the architecture and other things, system level, but one of the factor is also the transistor performance. And this transistor, so right now we are talking about the 5 nanometer node which we talk about. That's what is being used in Apple iPhone and other. Soon you will see the 4 nanometer next year, then maybe 3 nanometer. But then this number, when it goes to 0, what after that? It will not go to 0. That's first thing, because you really need some size, right? You will have some size and the limitations will be there. So it's unknown, what will happen after a few years. Yeah.
We are seeing a lot of applications in biotechnology. You can see the nanotechnology is a live example for the simulation basis. Any software is available for the nano. You can see the live example of the nanotechnology.
Oh yeah. Are you talking about the what you are saying? How things are done in the actual case? Can you see it in the simulator?
Actually, sir, I am working on these things, nanotechnology related to the nano application, and we are also using some simulation on a micro level. But we can see the live example of the simulation basis.
Yes. So have you used TCAD simulator? Yeah, TCAD simulator. There you can actually design the full recipe for the fabrication, and there you can do it one by one. Okay, put the implant, put the oxide, everything you can see do it, not just see. You can do it. Everything, doping level, energy ion implant. If you are doing implantation, energy, angle of implantation, everything you can do. Annealing, everything.
You also mentioned the software limit. At the no software limit for the vertical limit is the 43% for the solar cell application.
For solar cell application, but any theoretical limits also exist for the some BZT, MOSFET or such type of?
No, there are limits on the materials or their material based, like silicon will be able to handle this much breakdown.
Yes.
Like those things, right? Those are there. But then there are new materials coming up, right? Yeah. So that's a race. Like we know, okay, this one may not work. First, how to make sure it works, push the limits, and then other transistor. Like I was talking about the high electron mobility transistor, which we are working on. It's a very promising, and it's already in the production being used for high power, high frequency RF applications.
Okay. Sir, any new advanced material nowadays is doing on the MOSFET material, so we can use that.
Gallium nitride, right? The HEMT. Gallium nitride HEMT is there. CG channel has been used, but 2D materials, so this like MOS2, 2D materials, these are also being available. Negative capacitance, that's uses ferroelectric, a lot of different
magnetic materials also.
Yeah, magnetic.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any more question, please? Sir, I have a very basic question. Yeah. Like the material which you use for these devices, like sir asked something about the material. So are we really able to produce in India? Why the cost is diminishing? I mean, is it available in India or you have to import it?
I see materials. It's some might be available, some may not be. So problem is not the material. If you are talking about why we are not making these things in India, if that's the question, yeah, we are not making it. One is that we missed the bus. Okay. So this should have started earlier 60 years ago, yes. And then we kept on missing the bus. Now we woke up. Just recently there was an announcement. And it will require a lot of effort. So,
no, but then what is the main reason that you can reduce the cost? Where is that point?
See,
And how really it is possible to get reduced cost?
I don't think right now we are talking about either in India or abroad reducing the cost. We are talking about making something better at same cost or similar cost, not increasing the cost by large amount. But the bigger problem is that you cannot make this technology like, okay, even if I give you $20 billion and say that, oh, do what other companies are doing, you will not be able to do even in 10 years, because you need last 30-40 years. Patents are there by those companies. So the problem is the technology. You really need a lot of technology, work with all these companies. And along with that, you need at least $100 billion to put in this. Then you will be able to make it.
Then another thing is, we have heard that, I mean, 10 years back, that there will be a chip which will be working as the horoscope of our body, and which may be, attached to our body somewhere. And so where is that technology? I mean, what is the status of that technology? We could not see it in market.
So I would say, yeah, we may not have reached there, but you see Apple Watch or any, now you are able to do
that
some
is okay.
things.
Yeah,
Some
but
things.
not fully.
But not fully. So yeah, it will take maybe next 10 years or so to reach that level. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. It was very interesting, and it reminded our olden days. Like we used to see, many of teachers are sitting here, so they might have seen some of the pictures in the books which they have referred during their study. So really, it was very interesting to note. But the history which he has talked, it has become really historical now. A long list is there, because we have seen the devices are becoming tiny, having higher capacity of the storage, and really in quite a reasonable cost. So he started with the historical changes and how and why technology has changed the scenario, basically. Very nicely talked about the types of semiconductors, the companies which are developing these semiconductors, and so many interesting things related to it. So thank you so much, sir. It was really very, very interesting for all of us. Once again, I congratulate you for such a nice presentation. So moving towards the next one. Yes, I will invite Mr. Vipin Jain, sir. Mr. Jain is having around 20 plus years of experience in IT industry, and he is basically working in quality area, currently working in MetaCube software as senior manager. He plays a key role in establishing QCE at his company, and now heading the delivery operations. So many things are there, and I think all Jaipurians knows him very well. So there is a long list, sir. Time is, very short with us. So may I straight away request you to start your lecture?
Yes, ma'am. That's why I just walked already.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Save the time.
Thank you.
Okay. So hello all. I think I know many of you, and again, so happy to be here again. We just heard that technology is getting changed. It's getting, things are getting smarter and shorter and faster and all this. So I will be talking the other side of technology, and which is basically the security aspects. So sir just talked about that smartwatches, right? We talked about iPhones ke andar the chips are getting smaller. Everything is getting smaller. Everything is getting faster. But one thing that every technology is producing is it is producing a lot of data. And that is where all this, I would say, the challenge is there, because some of the data is used in research and some of the data is used commercially for, let's say, marketing purposes and other. But how we can ensure that the data is not used for any illegal activities, and that is quite common. So हम जैसे नॉर्मल वे में कहते हैं कि राइट, अगर कहीं डकैती डालनी है तो ऐसी जगह डालो आप जहाँ पे जैसे बैंक्स हैं फॉर एग्जांपल, तो अब किसी झोंपड़े में जाके आप डकैती डालोगे, क्या मिलेगा? Now the data is so much in the cloud that's literally like huge world banks. And that's why the hackers, unko sabse easy rehta hai, attack some online place and then get all the data. And data is not just our names. It's like all our bank information, your personal information, and everything. So we use all these, I would say, old style of data security, jahan pe we have those cryptographies put there. We have these passwords, jo hum log apply karte hain, and other stuff. But this is a very basic level of security. Other type of security that we can do also is basically to ensure we do not share our data on lots of websites and other stuff. But again, it's not possible. मतलब सबसे बेसिक डेटा ब्रीच कैसे होता है? कुरियर वाला आपके घर में आता है और वो कहता है सर यहाँ साइन कर दीजिए और नीचे फोन नंबर लिख दीजिए बिकॉज यू हैव रिसीव्ड द पैकेज. वो आपने कागज पे लिख के दे दिया. नाउ दैट फोन नंबर कैन बी यूज्ड इन नंबर ऑफ प्लेसेस. मेनी टाइम्स वी थिंक के लोगों के पास हमारा फोन नंबर जाता कैसे है? हाउ डू दे कॉल अस कि हम फला फला बजाज फला कंपनी से बोल रहे हैं, वी वांट टू गिव यू अ लोन और समथिंग. वी से हमारे पास ऐसा कुछ है ही नहीं. सो एन नंबर ऑफ प्लेसेस जहां से हमारे पास कॉल्स आते हैं, वी ऑलवेज थिंक ये चीजें कैसे होती हैं. So that's a very basic level of data breaching that is happening. But the advanced level, all these technologies that we are using, जिनके पीछे हम लोग literally रेस कर रहे होते हैं, नो स्मार्ट वॉचेस एंड जितना ज्यादा ऑटोमेशन हमारे लाइफ के अंदर आता जा रहा है, it is giving us okay a good life, but on the other hand it is also producing valuable data that is getting shared across the world. And then you don't know ये data का क्या use होगा, लोग किस तरह से इसको use करेंगे. So that's why I am talking about devices. Specifically, I talk about IoT devices because these are the sensor based things which is around us everywhere. The simplest is the smartwatch जो हमारे हाथ में है. So it is producing data and the data is getting pushed over at certain place. So they say कि इस data को हम आपके ही analysis में use करेंगे, but then no one sees there, right? So let me just move forward. So I'm talking about the ugly aspect of technology. But the first question is, can the technology be ugly? Because technology to हमारे benefit के लिए, how it can be ugly. But there are things. So can you play that? Just hear this video for first.
My husband and I would randomly joke sometimes, like, I bet these devices are listening to what we're saying. And
until recently, Danielle's home was completely wired up in every room with the Amazon Echo. Her family used the Alexa app to do everything from turn up the heat to turn off the lights. But Danielle told us via Skype that 2 weeks ago, their love for Alexa changed with an alarming phone call.
the person on the other line said, unplug your Alexa devices right now.
That person was one of her husband's employees calling from Seattle.
We go around and unplug them all. He proceeded to tell us that he had received audio files, recordings from what was going on in our house.
Danielle says her Amazon device in her Portland home recorded a private conversation and sent that recording to a random contact, which happened to be the employee in Seattle.
At first, my husband was like, no, you didn't. And he's like, you're sat there talking about hardwood floors. And we're, oh gosh, you really did.
Danielle listened to the conversation and she couldn't believe someone 176 miles away heard it too.
I felt invaded, like total privacy invasion. Like immediately I'm like, I'm never plugging that device in again. I can't trust it.
Danielle unplugged all the devices.
It was one of these that said,
so it's a big video, but this was a major news that happened about 2016, I think. And this actually raised a lot of alarms. So जिनके पास Alexa नहीं है, we want कि हमारे पास Alexa होना चाहिए. Otherwise, you have Siri and Google apps. And future में there will be a number of things coming at our home. And we just want to put everything connected. You know, it looks like very stylish if you enter a house and then gates open automatically and all this stuff. But then this thing, which the video you just saw, and this is a real life case. So Alexa is in your home, which is in your control, but it malfunctioned. या किसी hacker ने उसको malfunction करवाया. But at the end of the day, the end result was all your talks were getting recorded and sent somewhere. Luckily, it was her husband's employee only who received all these talks. It can go anywhere. We can even decide कहाँ ये talks जाएंगे. So these are the risks that are coming up, and they are not very simple risks. जहाँ से few $100 का आपको नुकसान हो जाएगा या something things can happen. So these are some things which I put from taken from internet. So if you see all the normal things जो हम लोग आजकल बात करते हैं, bots, IoT, baby heart monitors and everything, all these can be basically played with the data. But it's not just the data that can be compromised. If I put all the security algorithms on the data, still I can take that device, make sure the device produce wrong data. Then what will happen? Still data will be getting produced, data will move from one channel to another, it is getting stored at correct place. But the point is, the source where data was generating, I malfunctioned that source. वो device अब data ही wrong produce करेगा. So आप अगर 40 की speed पे जा रहे हैं, but data is produced as 60, तो it is all calculations will be based on that 60 only, not the 40. And the cost of failures here is huge. So we talk about smart cars like Tesla. सब लोग बात करते हैं टेस्ला, इंडिया में भी टेस्ला लाने का प्लान चल रहा है. Now it's a complete driverless car. So I got the privilege of sitting in Tesla और मैं काफी डरा हुआ बैठा था because my friend was just operating from the front seat and ना gear पे हाथ था ना कुछ था. The car was driving, take turn कर रही. As a software tester, my first thought जो mind में आया था, what will happen if a test case fails? Because it will just lead to an accident. वो कुछ भी हो सकता है. Maybe एक U-turn पे the car forgot to take that U-turn, या सामने कोई कार रुक गई तो the car forgot to put the brakes. क्या होगा? I am used to test, let's say e-commerce websites. वहां पे अगर एक test case fail होता है, then what will happen? Few $100 का नुकसान हो जाएगा. Someone will buy some products without paying, या आपके credit card से कोई कुछ और shopping कर लेगा, and you have ways to stop that credit card. So it's a financial loss. Here in these cases, these are loss of lives. It can happen anywhere. अभी online chips की मैम बात कर रहे थे. So there is a chip जो diabetes control करते हैं. So that chip is put inside your stomach or hand or anywhere, and it is constantly monitoring the blood sugar level. And then that chip is sending data constantly to a remote server, जिसको some doctors are monitoring. So if your blood sugar goes down to a certain level, जो alarming level है, then there is an automatic injection put there, which just sends the data. The computer commands that injection to be injected inside that patient, and the patient survives. Fine. So it's a great technology thing. जहाँ even the diabetes patient can move ahead. जहाँ उनको करना है. They do exercise, jogging, and everything. Now, what will happen if a test case fails there? Something fails there. वो data वहाँ जाएगा ही नहीं. Internet is not stable, so data didn't reach to the computer. Alarms raised nahi hue, anything can happen. So if some person with a bad intention tries to play with these things, people can die. And if no one is playing with these things, but your device is producing wrong data at wrong time, then what will happen? Same results. A certain person can die. So this is another example I taken from internet. So this is like the entire house is controlled by thermostat. Temperatures control होते हैं उसके अंदर, and then outside it is freezing, and thermostat you cannot operate because someone from outside, some bot on internet has controlled that thermostat. So these things can happen. These things can be future. मतलब एक काफी ambitious word तो गलत हो जाएगा यहाँ पे, but there can be a prediction that very future wars, 20 years, 25 years, 30 years down the line, they can be just run on the internets. You can just stop an entire country's functioning. We talk about smart cities. Smart city will work completely on these sensors. So to stop a city from functioning, आप सिर्फ उनके sensors को stop कर दीजिए. It will be chaos everywhere, right? So that is there. So what would happen if, and यहाँ जो भी scenarios आएंगे, all these scenarios are the real scenarios जहाँ पे IoT and sensors use होते हैं. So and they are around us. हमें अभी idea लग जाएगा. And then you see what can happen. So medical alarms in an elderly patient, it fails. Fine. The recall process of a device fails and it is still embedded in the body. Company के लिए easy होगा, अच्छा device काम नहीं कर रहा, आप change कर लो. But the device is actually put inside someone. So that person has to go to hospital, get operated. वो device हटेगा, नया आएगा. जो temperatures हैं I just talked about. Hackers hack any electric grid and shut down the entire city. आपकी electricity बंद हो गई, water बंद हो गया, traffic systems बंद हो गए. It will be chaos everywhere. Heart patient's pacemaker, it is now automatically controlled. So if someone gets hold of that pacemaker electronically, either he can insert an electric shock या वो पेसमेकर की रीडिंग्स चेंज कर सकता है. Internet enabled devices are hacked and they start sending your audio and recorded videos anywhere. So these things are happening. IoT applications in सब जगह पे हैं, and these are not the only places, but these are the places in and around us. So smart homes, wearables, cities, grids, industrial internet, connected cars, health, retail, supply chains, smart farming. All these things plus n number of things outside this list, that is basically controlled by sensors. Sensors produce data, data reaches to databases in cloud, and then all these your AI and ML techniques that is used to manage that data and produce very good information out of it. A single data which is coming wrong in any of these systems will lead to a wrong information, which ultimately leads to lots of wrong things that can happen. So these are basically the problems with the sensor based devices. I know these devices will be in our home, if not today, 5 years down the line. More devices are inside. Ek estimation hai ki by year 2050 there will be 8 IoT devices per person on this earth. So if hum log agar 2050 tak 8 billion population ki baat karte hain, so it will be approximately 64 or 60 billion IoT devices across this world. So to monitor each and every device, to make sure the device is working correctly, to make sure 2 devices are communicating properly using same protocols. And IoT is not just about a hardware. So it's a combination of hardware, softwares, your firmware, very good protocols, very good internet connections. Ye sab hone ke baad, then this entire ecosystem works correctly. So more and more components connect together to form a bigger ecosystem. There are more places where attacks can be made. Agar ek single wire hai, then it becomes easier. So since there are too many connecting points, too many things are coming from different vendors, different protocols where these things are connecting, communicating with each other, right? So we have to ensure that jo future developments honge in terms of everything, hardware, device production, software productions, this communication protocol development and everything, they all have to be in line with these security issues. They have to ensure that security cannot be breached in any form. So I just gave you a little scare that, you know, use of devices, it's fine. Go with the technology. That's the, basically you cannot avoid technology these days, but make sure your data is secured. Apply all the possible security algorithms that you can do as an end user. ठीक है, तो it's as simple as कि अपना फोन किसी को आपने दे दिया. Let's not do that. और भी कई सारे ads आते हैं, अपना पिन किसी से share मत कीजिए. These are basic things, but that saves you from financial losses. But no one is actually talking about how to save my personal data going outside. ठीक है, and हम लोग खुद ही बहुत सारे social media apps पे हैं, we share a lot of our data. So that's it. So I think expression हम सबका ये होना चाहिए यहाँ पे. This is another video, but it will not play, I think. Yes, that should be our expressions. So I am serious. You have to be serious as well. And that's it. Quick job. Any questions, please? That's fine.
Okay, but really it was very interesting, sir. And I think there will be many questions to you during lunchtime.
Right.
So with this expectation, should I proceed further?
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So we are at the last end, of this session. So may I invite Aninda Bose ji? I think he will be online. Okay. Yeah, Aninda ji, namaste. Yeah, so let me have privilege to introduce you, sir, first. Aninda Bose is presently working as executive editor with Springer Nature. Mr. Bose is part of global acquisition team at Springer Nature and responsible for acquisition of scientific content across the globe. He is responsible for acquisition of content in interdisciplinary applied sciences. He has more than 27 years of industrial experience in marketing and different fields of publishing. Mr. Bose has completed Masters in Organic Chemistry from Delhi University, and Masters in Marketing Research from Symbiosis Institute of Management Studies, Pune. He has delivered more than 175 invited talks on scientific writing and publishing ethics in reputed universities, international conferences, and author workshops. He has published books for secondary level in chemistry and is a member of American Chemical Society, USA. With this, I request Aninda Bosji to present his topic.
Thank you. Thank you, Maya ma'am. Thank you so much. I would love to be there, but it's unfortunate that still we are at home and I will be presenting online. I will just share my screen so that you all can see the presentation. It will just take a while. I hope you all can see the slides, right? Okay, so without wasting any more time, I would say after three very beautiful presentations, I have an opportunity to present my slides to you. After this fantastic, scary presentation, it's a real serious issue which Dr. Jain has highlighted. It's I will be talking about elements of book publishing. Now, why I chose elements of book publishing? This is a very big topic, but I will just highlight few points basically and ask you to go to certain pages, go to certain documents and read more and learn more about it. The reason for this, in last 5 years or so, we have seen that many young faculties, many young research scholars, they really want to publish books, and they think that book publishing is something which is, very easy in scholarly publishing. But in fact, it is very important for you to know the insights and details of different types of books and how this publishing thing works. Then it will be much easier for you, definitely. But to be very honest with you, book publishing is not an easy thing. Writing article is something which is a fast moving product, but writing a book is like you're giving all your experiences into it, and it's not easy. So let us see what exactly I have for you. Before I move into the presentation, I have a little bit about my organization. I come from an organization called Springer, which started in 1842, by almost 180 years ago, by Julius Springer, the person you can see on the slide. He started it as a small bookshop, and then eventually it became a very big publishing organization. Now the company is known as Springer Nature. We have 10,000 people working from 50 different countries. And we have offices all over, and India also. We have an office in Delhi, in Bangalore, in Bombay, and different cities. Springer Nature's role in academic book publishing. See, we are completely into academic book publishing. So we are one of the biggest academic book publisher in the world. We operate on all different subject areas. Like it started with mathematics and engineering, then we covered all science, technology, and medicine. And finally, in last 30 odd years, we have ventured into humanities and social sciences also. We publish more than 13,000 new books each year, which is a very big number. We have more than 3 lakh books available online, which is our platform. Now, interestingly, in last 2 years, we really understood the value of digital publishing. We are one of the pioneers in digital publishing, but how digital publishing is important to us, because we were not able to send books, printed books to anyone. We were not able to print books at one point of time because of lockdowns, and printed books were not reaching stores. Printed books were not reaching audiences. So at the same time, we have to completely depend on online thing and digital publishing and digital methods of dissemination. And this dissemination really worked good for us. In first 6 months of pandemic, we have reached a download figure of almost 1 billion download, which was a very huge number, and we were not able to understand what exactly is happening. And we were also struggling with our management of those things. But definitely that was very encouraging. Quickly, we will talk about 2 things. I will touch upon types of books, and then I will move to some author tools and services which are available. In types of books, the first type of book or academic book is a research monograph. A monograph is a scholarly book, and it is almost always written on a single subject area by single author or couple of authors. So when you are actually doing your research scholar activities, or you are just a young faculty, it is always good to write a monograph, or it's better to concentrate on focus on writing a monograph. There's another type of book which is an edited volume. Unfortunately, many people, they want to write an edited volume because they think that it is something where they can collect papers from people and they can be editor and they can do it, but actually it is not. I would like to emphasize it over here that edited volume is also known as contributed volume, which is organized very thematically. But it is important for an editor who is actually conceptualizing this whole thing should have at least 10 to 15 years of experience. If they have 10 to 15 years of experience in their domain, then only it is possible for them to basically edit someone else's work, to understand someone else's work, and they are able to edit it properly. But in recent times, in last 3-4 years, there's a deluge of proposals which are coming, and people are going for call for chapters on social networks. That is not the correct way of actually writing an edited book. Edited volume should be, a very close-knit thing. Editors should approach people in their network. They should get contributions from them. And sometimes edited volumes written by multiple people are much better than monographs also, because you get a lot of perspectives into it. Why I am emphasizing again and again over here, because I want you to understand that people who are young faculties, research scholars, junior faculties, they should not think of writing edited volumes. They should focus on writing monographs. Then there is another type of book, which is proceedings. You know all about what exactly is proceedings. In this conference, people who are attending, they know very well that they have submitted their papers over here. Now, here in proceedings, we have called for papers. By calling the papers, the organizers or the editors, they basically collect papers, then they review the papers. Finally, these papers are accepted and they are presented in a conference, and they become a part of a book, which is called proceedings. Then we have professional books. Professional books are usually written by professionals who are working in industry. But these books are, especially in the form of manual guides or data compendium, they are very useful for professionals who are working in industry, as well as for the academicians who are working in labs. Because, when a professional book comes out, it's a handy book, which is basically referred by many people. And it's basically very, very useful for people who are working in labs. Then there is another one called textbook, a course book, or you all know what exactly a textbook. Textbook is a book which is used in schools, colleges, and universities. It is basically written as per a syllabus. And in Springer, we don't consider ourselves as textbook publishers, but we publish a lot of books, and 5% of books are textbooks. But at the same time, we operate mostly globally. So we always see whether the book which is written as a textbook should perform well in North America, because North America is the biggest textbook market. So if we do well in North America, then definitely we are doing well in other countries also. So it is, whenever we receive a proposal on textbook, it is important to see whether that textbook is doing well as per the syllabus of North American institutes. Then we have reference work. Reference works are basically a single volume work. Very few works are multi-volume. These are like encyclopedia, talking about the whole subject, starting from very basic to the tertiary level, including all the primary and secondary data also. Then we have another type of book, which are handbooks. Now, these handbooks are also reference books, but they are usually single volume. And single volume handbooks, we have published almost 40 to 45 handbooks till now in last 280 odd years. So you can very well understand how valuable these handbooks are. And these handbooks are usually collection of a lot of chapters from different contributors globally. So we have very interesting handbooks like in nanotechnology, in robotics, in optics, in specific subjects like odor, aroma. So you can very well take a note of this, and you can check our handbooks over there. And if anyone is basically interested to write a handbook or contribute to a handbook, they can also connect with us. Then there is another type of book which is called Springer Briefs. Springer Briefs is a very interesting book. I will tell you about this. This is a small book. This is like 55 to 125 odd pages. Small book because we realized in almost 10 years ago, there was brainstorming was done, and people were talking about small books are needed, because when you submit an article to a journal, then you are restricted to a page limit of 15 to 20 pages and not more than that. But when you start writing a monograph, which I said in the beginning, and so monograph should be at least 180 to 200 pages. Now, in case there is a small book like 100 odd pages, 120 pages, so where are they going to fit? They are not going to fit in a journal. They are not going to fit in a monograph level. So this whole idea of Springer briefs came along, and this is a soft cover binding. Copyright remains with author, very quick review is done, and turnaround time is also very quick. So people who are first time authors, research scholars who want to write a book, or you have a very cutting edge technology which you want to bring it to the audience very quickly, then this is the type of book you should actually write, and there is no particular format we follow here. Any format, a number of chapters can be anything, it can be a single chapter book, it can be a multi-chapter book. So it is a very interesting type of a format which is available for people to write, for authors. So you can see Springer briefs on our website. You can type this in Google and you will be led to the page we have. Then you can understand what all different, in last 10 years, we have published 4,500 briefs globally. So it is a very interesting format for authors. Then we have another type of format, which is a video book. And this video book is called Discovery in Motion. This is something which started almost 3 years back. We started with clinical medicine and computer science. Now we are venturing into engineering and management areas also. Video books are like 30 minutes or 45 minutes videos. And we understand the importance of video in last 2 years because many faculties, they have opened their video channels on YouTube, and young scholars, they love to study from videos. So video books are really doing well. In last 3 years or so, we have published almost 250 plus video books. They are half an hour, 45 minutes videos, which you can be arranged. So another area where you can go and check. And if you are interested, then you are welcome to write a video book also. This is a type, this is not a type of a book, but this is a type of a publication basically, because everyone is talking about open science, and open access is a very small part of open science because open data is a very big area. Now, open access books are also very, very, popular because of certain reasons. They are more cited, they are more downloaded, they are more mentioned. And the objective of any author when they publish a book is basically, to get more visibility. And open access books, they definitely have more visibility, and they have a better reach to all those countries where it is difficult for them, or it's basically for countries which are doing well financially. They can actually buy many content, but the countries which are down poor countries, they have access to open access very easily. So again, dissemination is very easy to all these countries, and open access books are really doing well, and we have almost published 1,500 plus open access books in last 5 to 6 years. Now, for open access book publishing, there is something which is very important for you to know is funding. It is a author pay model where author has to pay for writing the book. Now, because it is open access, publishers cannot sell them because everything is open. So now funding is something which is important for authors, so they can get funding from different funding bodies. There are almost 70 to 80 funding bodies which they are operating worldwide, and they offer different kind of support, sometimes partial, sometimes complete. So this is a page where you can go, www.springernature.com/open-research, where you will get to know a lot about different publishers and different funding supporters. There is a website also which was recently opened last year or so. It is like oabooks-toolkit.org. If you want to know more about OA books, if you want to know types of open access, like why it is called green, why it is called gold, something which is new is called diamond, why are these terminologies are there, and how to operate in open access field, how you can actually write an open access book, and from where you can get all the fundings and what are the toolkits. This is the best site where you can go and you can find it. Let me go to the next section. Next section is basically author services and publishing tools. To start with, I will tell you how to reach an editor first thing, because we get a lot of queries from people that how to contact a Springer Nature editor. So the simplest way is go to springer.com. On springer.com, if you go to the link subjects, under subjects, you have all these subjects are lined up, So if you really want to know someone in civil engineering, then under subjects, you should go to the engineering page. And on engineering page, you can go to civil engineering link and you can go to the contact link. Now in computer science, it works similarly. You go to the computer science page on contacts link. If you go to the contact link, you will find different contacts over there. Book editors, contacts of journal editors, contacts of proceeding editors and all. So definitely you can go to the subject area and straight away you can go to contacts and contact people. There is a tool which is called Reviewer Finder. This is a free tool and you can get this tool on our website. You can actually register over here with this tool. This is a very interesting tool because nowadays when you publish an article in a journal, they ask for reviewers very mandatorily. And you also want to know who will be the reviewers. Especially reviewers are people who are working in your area, but definitely finding them is not easy. So Reviewer Finder is a tool which will help you to find a reviewer. And sometimes this tool also help you to find not a reviewer, but a person who can collaborate with you, because the people who are basically reviewer of your work are also working in your own area. So if you can connect with them, definitely you can collaborate with them. And when you can collaborate with them, you can work in a broader domain. This is a page where author and reviewer tutorials are there. This is again a very interesting page. If you go to springer.com under services, you can go to this page, book authors and editors. You can get all the resources and guidelines. You can contact the publishing editor. You can see many different formats which are available, and different templates, different videos. I said in the very beginning that I'm going to take you to certain pages from where you will get a lot of information, and reading is the most important thing. When you read more, then you write well. When you read more, then you understand well. When you read more, then your critical thinking improves. So reading really helps. So try to read interdisciplinary, try to read more. So these are the pages where you can get lots and lots of information where you can read more. There's another tool which was developed very recently, last 3 years ago, Shared It. And Shared It is a tool which was developed for journals to start with. Now we are doing it for using it for proceedings also, and eventually it will be used for books also in future. Now, how exactly the Shared It works? Whenever you publish any article or any conference paper with Springer, from production, you receive a link which you can share it with your community or anyone. Now, what is the benefit of that sharing of that link is basically anyone can read your complete article. Now, in digital world, there is a limitation. If the journal is not subscribed or the book is not subscribed by your institution or your library, then you don't have the access to the whole paper. You only have the access to the abstract. Now, with Shared It, if you are going to share that link with anyone, they cannot download it or they cannot print it, but they can definitely read the whole thing, annotate it, and they have the access to the whole thing. Now, this works in a reverse way also. Suppose you want access to any paper which you are not able to do because your institution is not basically subscribing that journal or book, then you can write to the corresponding author of that paper and ask them to share it if it is published on Springer Nature. ORCID ID, I always call this as an Aadhaar card for research scholars. If you don't have this, please go and register and have ORCID ID. ORCID ID is very, very important. Many journals and book publishers are asking for this ID mandatorily right now, because this gives you a proper recognition. It's an unique ID. So there is no confusion about names. IDs, they are always unique and they give you correct recognition and correct citation of your work. This is a page which is also very, very interesting and very important, springernature.com/in/policies. If you go to this page, you will find different kind of policies, publishing policies, editorial policies, research data policies, open access publication policies. Now for your work, very regularly you are using data, as Mr. Jan said very correctly, that data is in abundance, and that is why everyone is talking about automation and artificial intelligence. But there are certain policies which are associated with research data. When you are using these data, then you should be aware of policies. So it is very important to know the policies and know the rules of your publications. There is a site called, this is something which we have started almost 5 years ago, The Source. The Source is a blog where you will get to learn many aspects of publication and different things associated with research. If you want to write something, then also you can participate. This is actually managed by our backend team, author support team. And if you go to The Source, you will get beautiful articles which will be very helpful in your research too. I will talk quickly about 4 books before I conclude my presentation. These are the books I always feel that you should be reading them, keeping them in your desk for reference. The first one is How to Write and Publish a Scientific Paper. This is written by Barbara Gastel and Robert A. Day. Robert A. Day is, considered as father of scientific writing because he has managed to travel to all parts of US in his 25 years of career and talk about how to write and publish. This book is a book which is a must read for research scholars and people who are in research. So you can get all the nuances of it. Then there is another thing which is called Getting It Published, another book written by William Germano. And this is actually talking about nuances of publication. So it is another book where you can actually go back and refer again and again, and you can learn about different terminologies and different things used. There's a huge glossary. So you get to know a lot about publication things. Then there are 2 books. I love them. The first is the Textbook of Research Ethics. This is written by Sana Lu. This is used as a textbook in many universities. This is a very interesting book, and I think the research ethics is very, very important, and you should be aware of that. And the last one is basically written by Dipankar Dev, Rajiv Dey, and Valentina E. Balas, and this is an engineering research methodology. People who are doing research in engineering, this is a good book on methodology for them. Quickly, I will tell you about 9 series which we have started recently in last 2-3 years in different areas like Springer Tracks in Nature Inspired Computing and Services in Business Process Engineering, Studies in Rhythm Engineering, Algorithms for Intelligent Systems, Advances in Sustainability Science and Technology, and very, very niche area like Human-Centered Computing. Then, broad area of autonomic data-driven industrial computing, studies in infrastructure and control, and very recently we have started data-intensive research. You have heard already Vincenzo Puri in the morning. He is one of the series editors of this particular series, and you will be also listening to Nilanjan Dey in afternoon. Nilanjan is also one of the series editors. We have very recently started this series, Data Intensive Research. So you have a lot of opportunities, a lot of availability of series where you can actually go and publish your work, publish your books. So if you can go to the home pages of these series and see the scopes and see how good they are and how you can fit your work there. Now, before I say thank you to all for giving me this opportunity to talk to you, work sincerely, focus on quality, say no to academic corruption. We know corruption is everywhere. Academics also have corruption. So stay away from corruption and stay happy. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I will be happy to address them over here. And if you don't have it right now, if it comes to you later after using these tools and different book series pages and all, then you can write to me at anindo.bose@springernature.com. Again, I will be very happy to address your queries by mail also. Thank you very much.
Yeah, any question from audience, please? Anindaji, I have one small query.
Yes, ma'am.
You talked about Springer briefs. So
Yes,
is it same as I'm sure that it is not same as basically book chapters, because later on you talked about book chapters, but can it be multidisciplinary?
Yes, it can be multidisciplinary. In 2011, when we started this whole thing, there were we were started creating small series, and then we had a big series like Springer Briefs in Applied Science and Technology, when we had Springer Briefs in Computational Intelligence. Interestingly, it was doing so well in first 3 years that now we have almost 100 different series in different subject areas. So you can go to these pages, you can see where you can fit, or you can very well approach any editor and you would tell them that I want to write a Springer Brief, and they will be able to guide you which series actually your book will fit. And that will be an easy way because we know much better which series is available for your work. But this is a very interesting format for people who are first time authors, or something which you want to bring it to people very quickly, something which you have done in your lab and you don't want to go to journals for for a review for almost for 6 months or 8 months. You want to bring a book, and that book will be with a like an ISBN and complete book. It will be marketed as a book. It will be coming out as a book. And when the copyright remains in the name of author, you have the opportunity to take the thing and also publish it in journals also.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir. The information given by you was very much vital for not only for the academicians, but for all researchers and industry people also. So thanks a lot for giving us huge information about your publishing company, sir.
Thank you.
Before ending this session, I'm really very delighted to tell you that along with me, one more professor is there who is not working here in offline mode, but he is on online mode. So can I request Professor Vibhakar ji, Vibhakar Mansotra ji, to say a few words? Professor Vibhakar ji? He has left?
Unmute.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Madam, namaskar.
Sir, namaste, sir.
I know you. I think once we met at UGC.
Yes, sir.
Long back.
I know, sir. Yes, sir.
So now it is the concluding time now, and I feel people are hungry and waiting for the sumptuous lunch which Professor Rathore has arranged. So I would not like to take much of your time, but definitely would like to congratulate all the speakers in this session for the wonderful talk, wonderful topics, and the way the presentation has been done is marvelous. So I hope all the younger researchers, students, including all of us, might have been benefited by these knowledge which has been shared by all these people in this session. My sincere congratulations to the entire team of the ISS University for arranging this wonderful conference, particularly Professor Vijay Singh Rathore, who has been constantly in touch with I think all the academicians, not within India, abroad as well, and making this a grand success in the time where a lot of crises, otherwise the country is now facing again the pandemic crisis. So my sincere gratitude and thanks to and good wishes to Professor Rathore and his team. Thank you so much. Would like to, I think, meet somewhere else, maybe shortly during a conference or maybe some other program. Thank you so much, Professor Rathore, for giving me an opportunity to be here with you. Thank you so much. Thanks one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mansotra ji. At last, I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Vijay Singh Rathore, Dr. Anubha, and entire team of this conference, because to hold or to to conduct the conference is not a joke. That too, the international conference in real sense. It is a highly tedious job. So once again, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity. And at last, जो भी विश्व में चल रहा है, तो मां सरस्वती से 2 लाइन कहना चाहूंगी हम सभी के लिए। विश्व भर अनुराग जागे, हर विनाशी वृत्ति भागे, मनुजता का मधुर सपना मां तू कर साकार दे। Thank you so much, all of you.
With this, we come to the conclusion of technical session 1. I would now request all to proceed towards the hostel mess for lunch, and the technical session 2 will be starting by 2:30 p.m. Thank you.
सर, मुझे बहुत सारी बातें करनी है आपसे, अपन लंच पे बात करते हैं। अभी आप तुरंत निकल तो नहीं रहे?
Hello, anybody there? Is it time to start? Hello, Vijay.
Very good afternoon, Professor Milan Tuba. Very good afternoon, Rosalina ma'am. Oh,
Hello.
you are muted.
Yes.
Unmute karo, madam, ko ek baar. Rosalina madam. We are just unmuting you. Now you are co-host. Now you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. How are you, ma'am?
Fine, thank you. Everything
Very
going
nice
well?
to see you. Thank you so much.
Too.
We are just starting the session within a minute. Welcome, Hanumantappa sir.
Can I try to share my presentation?
We are just starting the session. Just give us some time. Invite कीजिए sir को.
Is it good? Professor Vijay, could you see my presentation?
Yeah, we can see your presentation. But I think the first talk is by Professor Milan Tuba, and the next talk is by you, ma'am.
Okay.
So, yeah. So we are just going to invite Milan Tuba sir first.
Yes. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, sir. Okay. We are just starting in a moment because our session chairs are just coming. So we are starting in a moment.
Okay.
Professor Atul Gonsain sir to come on the stage. Now I hand over to Dr. O.P. Rishi sir for the subsequent proceedings of the session.
Welcome in the second session of FICR, the International Conference of Rising Threats in Expert Application and Solution. And now I have a great opportunity to welcome Professor Milan Tuba. And Milan Tuba is the Dean and Graduate School of Computer Science and Provost of Mathematical, Natural and Technical Sciences at Medgand University, Belgrade. He received MTech in Computer Science, PhD in Computer Science from University of Belgrade at New York University. His research interest includes mathematical queuing theory and heuristic optimization applied to computer network, image processing, and combinatorial problems. Dean Tuba is an author and co-author in the more than 150 scientific research papers and co-editors or a member of editorial board of scientific committee and number of scientific journals and conference members of the ACM, IEEE, AMS, SIAM, IFNA. Now I welcome to Professor Milan Tuba for his speech or presentation. Over to Milan Tuba.
Okay, thank you for invitation. All the best wishes for all participants of this conference. It is a great honor and pleasure to be a part of this conference. Well, unfortunately, again, online, but hope next time it will be better. And I must say in the beginning that right now, due to array of complicated events, I'm in the hotel room in Sofia, capital of Bulgaria, and have to check out in half an hour and continue my journey. And 2 years ago, we had a wonderful time at Jaipur, and that was one of the last conferences. And then in March, I was in Noida, and that conference was canceled the evening before the next morning when it was scheduled to start. And for 2 years, we had this situation, and finally, thanks to this nice organization by Professor Rathor and everybody else, we all waited eagerly for the first time after 2 years to have a real in-live conference. And just like Professor Mike Hinchy mentioned in the inaugural session, the things started looking better, and I was in the United States a couple of days ago, and after that in Amsterdam, and had everything ready for India. And then suddenly things started changing again, and it was impossible to get all the details. Finally, what was the final event in my case is that even though I could somehow get to India, it was difficult to get back because for transit flight, the requirements were unreasonable. One test 24 hours, one test 6 hours before, then test on the airport and maybe quarantine, even though I'm only transiting, not even entering that country. And that was a little bit too complicated. So we have to do it this way, but I hope really next time we'll all be there and have a good time in Jaipur again. So because of this unusual circumstances, I don't have any presentation. I managed somehow to make a title page, which I may or may not share later, but I will talk about the topic, and I guess it's interesting topic right now. So I guess even without presentation, everybody will be able to follow that. Because if we didn't have this situation last 2 years, probably the most prominent topic, not only in scientific community, but in the mainstream media in the world, would be something about artificial intelligence and some advanced algorithm, because it is really something revolutionary happening now. But because of this situation now, we are doing our research, but other topics are more important right now or take more space in media. So how did we come to that situation? The title of I can share the screen, or I will tell the title. The title is Rising Threats, according to the title of the conference, Rising Threats in Machine Learning Algorithms and Applications. So we have artificial intelligence, we have machine learning, we have classification problems, neural networks, convolutional neural networks, all the topics that are rather old, interesting research topics, and they were developing slowly. Sometimes they were more interesting, sometimes less. But recently, all these topics and some outside events converged in a situation where we have not only revolutionary improved results in that area, but applications become so advanced and in some sense controversial that it is a very interesting topic, not only from the computer science point of view, but from a philosophical, political, sociological, whatever you want. We had artificial intelligence half a century ago as an idea of somehow trying to understand how human brain works, and is it possible to somehow simulate human brain with computers, and there were some interesting results. The progress was not very great, and then the focus shifted to something else, not really trying to do things exactly the humans do, but trying to make computers good at certain things that they originally were not so good. Computers, of course, as the name says, are very good at computation. So they were used for decades for numerical analysis, and they can compute anything billions times faster than humans, and they are very good at that. But then when we come to some other topics, they are really not good at all. So for example, playing a game of chess was a challenging problem for decades, and some people even thought that it is impossible, that computers are good for computation, but playing chess is intellectual activity, maybe creative activity, and you need human intuition, and you cannot really make an algorithm that will play a chess very well. And then, of course, the computers do it in a different way. So the idea trying to mimic completely the way humans do it is probably impossible. But because of the enormous power of the computers, we can teach computers how to play chess using their strength. That is almost unlimited memory, a perfect memory, they don't forget anything, and then huge number of computations. And then using these strengths, computers can play chess by different algorithms, but then again invented by humans. And actually the result can be better. So we know that even during 90s, finally the computer was able to beat the world champion in chess. And that settled that discussions, can computers be good at artificial intelligence? And also it shows that they can do those things, but in a different way. For that particular problem, it wasn't so interesting. Yes, computers can play excellent chess, they do it in different way, and everything is fine. And then, of course, there are other similar problems that are even more challenging. For example, all the tasks about image processing, and not only image processing on the lower level, but about making decisions. For example, identifying people. For humans, it's an easy task. You don't have to be qualified, you don't have to be very smart, you don't have to have any special education or any capabilities. Any human can look at hundreds of different people and he will tell who is who. Now, for computer to even recognize where are humans in the picture, where are human faces in the picture, is a challenging problem. But then when you select areas where human faces are, trying to figure out who is extremely difficult. And that was a more challenging problem than playing chess. Also of a great practical interest and many possible applications. But the progress was slow and interesting. It was a standard research. And every year we had some improvements and things were normal. And then, of course, we have neural networks, artificial neural networks, and convolutional neural networks. Again, very old concepts, also almost half a century old. Also starting with the idea of simulating human brain, then using it more as a mathematical tool, trying to model different processes. And in that second case, it was more successful. There is today continuing research about finding connection between neural network and human brain, but that is a small separate branch. More applications are about not worrying really about human brain, just using that mathematical model and applying it to different problems and getting good results. So it is a different kind of computer application where really we don't write an algorithm for a particular task. So, for example, for chess playing, we have to tell computer what to do it in different way than human, but still we tell the computer exactly how to do the computation, what situations to consider, how to evaluate situations, and so on. Here we have a data-driven algorithm where we really, in some sense, don't know what the computer is doing. Well, of course, we know when we write a program, the computer will do exactly what we tell it to do. But what we tell is rather vague. We don't specify details, but we say, you have huge amount of data there. Now go through that data and try to sort it somehow and see what kind of clustering or conclusions you can make out of that data. So in some sense, it is still our algorithm, but in some other sense, it is algorithm that is a little bit out of our control, because this data is really driving what will happen in computer, and we may not understand exactly what is happening there. Even for the game of chess, it can be like, I'm not going to tell you that queen is better than rook or this situation. I'm not going to teach anything about the situations. I will just tell you the rule of chess, and you try to play against yourself billions of times and remember which situations were good for you, which were bad, and try to make conclusions and develop your own game. And in that sense, eventually the computer can play a very good game of chess, but we don't know how is it playing, because it came to those conclusions playing billions of games. Of course, we can go and look at data and see what are those billions of games and how the computer made those conclusions, but for human life, it would be impossible to go through all that data. So practically, the computer is making decision. It is working according to our algorithm, but based on that massive amount of data, it's making its own algorithm and playing a very good game of chess without us really understanding the background, how it is doing that. And as I said, as long as we were talking about playing chess, it was not so important. So it was a research topic. People were talking about that, but it was not of a great attention for everybody else. However, with this neural networks and convolutional neural networks especially, where it is used for a single artificial intelligence task, that is classification, which looks like a single task, but actually it is applied to practically any situation in a real life. So everything comes to some kind of classification. If we want to have a very good medical diagnostics, we can have a lot of medical data, ultrasound images, magnetic resonance images, all kind of other digital medical diagnostics data. And then what we do is we do some kind of classification. Looking at those images, we have to decide, is it healthy tissue or is there some disease? Also, if we consider, let's say, autonomous vehicles, driving a car without a driver, again, it looks like a very different practical problem. But what is happening inside is there are a number of sensors, mostly cameras, but may also be some other infrared, ultrasound, whatever sensors, and they are collecting data from the environment, and then the data has to be processed. So let's say from the front camera, we have to analyze that image and decide, is there a traffic light or not? And that is a classification problem. And then depending on that, we will make decisions, stop the car or continue driving, or is there a curve on the road? It's slightly to the right, then turn the steering wheel a little bit to the right. So again, we are making those decisions based on classification decisions that come from the processing input images coming from the cameras. So everything is some kind of that classification that is done by neural networks. And what is this new situation is that those tools became so powerful that they can be applied anywhere. They apply to a mobile phone. They can unlock the phone by looking at your face or by looking at your fingerprint, but those are small applications, but they can make a medical diagnosis, or they can drive a car, or they can control any other system that we have. So it becomes very serious. And the result is that because these techniques are so powerful, it is interesting to apply them. And the problem is that they are powerful because they can process that huge amount of data without our intervention. If we had to intervene, it would be impossible to get such a good results because we are very slow. If we do the things we were doing before, like we have to develop algorithm, we have to understand what is going inside, then it wouldn't be possible. We simply cannot do it in thousands of years. However, when you take all the data, for example, you take a number of large hospitals and you get all their diagnostics data and you feed it to the computer, to the convolutional neural network, and it will go through all that data and it will make diagnostics. What happens in the end is that since these tools are today so powerful, this diagnostics will be better than humans can do. So then we should use it. We want to have better diagnostics. And we have tools, artificial intelligence tools, convolutional neural networks, and we should use it to improve diagnostics in our hospitals. We were able to do that because the computer didn't need our intervention. We are slow and we wouldn't be able to participate in that game. So computer took just the raw data, went through that data, we don't know how, and made decisions. And decisions are very good. Let's say best humans can have accuracy 99%, and that artificial intelligence system can have 99.8%. So it is better than best human. Now we should use it. But the problem is that we don't understand how it works. It selects certain features. And before, we didn't have very good results, but we were happy with our understanding because we participated and we said, look at this image and see if there is a part with very strong contrast, or see if there is a part that is of different texture. And then the computer can quickly do computations, do that job, and it finds some suspicious places. And we are happy with that algorithm because we know which features we selected and we know how the algorithm works, and then everything is under control. But the development is limited. Now, when we exclude humans and we say, look, we don't know what to look for. Here is the raw data. You look to everything, to whatever you want. And the computer does that. And it finds thousands of features that we don't even have the name for them. We have the name for contrast, for a texture, for this and that. But the computer will take thousands and thousands of different features that we cannot explain. What is it? It doesn't have any name. It for us means nothing. But based on that, computer makes better decision. And then, of course, sometimes errors happen. So what happens when a patient dies? In human case, human expert case, it will be 1%. In computer case, it will be 0.2%. So it is better for you to have computer make diagnosis than human. Your chances of surviving are better. But if you are that unlucky one that comes to that 0.2%, then probably everybody, your family and hospital administration and everybody will be unlucky because a patient died and we don't know why. The same is about autonomous vehicles. They may be safer drivers than average or even good human driver. But if one accident happens, very rarely, then we are very concerned why that happened. And with these systems, we don't know. Computer is making its own decisions We don't know how it works. We just feed the data. It developed its own algorithm and it made that decision, and that decision was wrong. And for such an extreme, tragic situation, it is a problem for us. So there is a great effort right now trying to resolve that situation, to use that power of these modern tools, convolutional neural networks, and use all these revolutionary good results, but somehow overcome these shortcomings and try to understand. There was a, let's say, major development in 2021. There was a paper, a theoretical paper about trying to somehow make some basis for future research, where it has been proven that neural networks with infinite number of layers are equivalent to kernel machines. And kernel machines are mathematical models that are easier to mathematically understand. Now, of course, this is a starting result, and it is a good theoretical result, but it doesn't solve any of these practical problems, but that is one step in that direction. So we are trying to use these powerful tools, but also to understand how that works, because this is power comes because we don't have to do anything. We just sit and let computer go through data and select its own features and makes its own decisions. But then in these situations, we want to have some control about that. So that is a very interesting research area. And as I say, because of this practical applications and this controversial consequences sometimes, if we didn't have this situation last 2 years where we are talking all the time about this medical situation, I guess this would be maybe the major topic for, not for research community, but for regular newspapers about things like that, automatic decision-making systems, how reliable are they, what when something goes wrong, and so on. That would be a great topic, and probably in the future it will be. So I guess that fulfilled this 20 minutes. Again, I'm sorry for not having the presentation, but you see the situation is changing from day to day, from hour to hour. I was ready to go to the plane to India. Professor Mike was ready and be all there with Vijay and have a nice time. But I'm sure next year we'll meet there. So best luck for everybody in this conference, and I hope you'll have a fruitful research exchanges and also do networking and everything else that goes with the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Milan. I have one questions. And first of all, I am very late. Sorry, Dr. Vijay. This nicely, Dr. Milan has told about something. The patient survival is 0.2% by the computer than the human. And in the case of automobile, also it's a safer driver than the human. And I am also working on the computer vision, sir. But what I am facing the problem, then how we can make the quality pictures, quality views of the contents from the roadside or the others. That's the problem we are facing. How we can capture?
Yeah. Well, of course, there are many practical problems, but these practical problems usually are resolved simply by technical means. So we can use different types of cameras. We can change the environment. We can include something, some special road signs or something in the pavement of the road and so on. So if you want to have autonomous vehicles, there are many technical things that we can do to make it easier, safer, and so on. But this fundamental problem is that, of course, with better sensors and data, the results will be better. But there will be always that small percent where something happens. And the problem is that this method inherently is such that we don't have control. And the problem is that it's difficult to get rid of that problem because that's exactly what is giving us power. We want to delegate everything to the computer because we know that we are slow, and if we control everything, we won't have great results. But when we give everything to the computer, then of course we don't know what are the features. So again, if you have better images, the computer will again use features that you may not understand, and you will be facing the same problem. You will of course reduce that percentage from 0.2 to 0.1, but
Right.
the basic problem remains.
Right. Right. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Milan. And I think if any questions, if you have any questions, other person, any have question, then can ask. Professor Vijay.
Yeah, Maya madam is going to ask something.
Hello, am I audible, please?
Yeah,
Sir,
yeah.
am I audible? See, it was a very, very interesting topic, and the way you have explained about the CNN, it was really, I mean, I liked it very much. But only the thing is, like you talked about how it is going to happen. So we have the solution, I think, that we have the solution of it with the help of explainable AI. Am I right? Professor, am I right?
Yes, so I didn't hear the last word.
Sir, explainable AI.
Yes.
It is going to help us to know how the things are going on.
Well, theoretically,
in terms of classification. Yes.
Yes, theoretically, but practically, it's still unclear because, you know, when we have humans, we know the features. We have very few features and we know the names. We say, okay, we are not looking at the whole image. We are looking at the projection to X axis, or we are looking at the different projection, or we are looking to this type of texture. We are looking for edges. We know what we are looking for. But when you have convolutional neural network and you have a huge convolutional neural network, it will select maybe thousands or even millions of features. You cannot ever have names for all those millions of the features. So you can even show somewhere what are those features, what features are more important, and so on. But still, it will always be difficult for human if you tell, well, here are these 60,000 features that were most important in this case. How are you going to understand that? You don't have names, you don't know what they are, and you have some idea what is going on, but still you don't feel very confident like you when you have this situation with standard small set of features that you have name for those features, and then you perfectly understand what is going on. I'm looking for edges. Here you have a lot of edges, here you don't have edges, and you know what is happening. And there it's and you know, as long as it is playing chess, it's okay. But if it is traffic accident with a self-driving car, then yeah.
Yeah, very true. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I would like to invite Professor Durgesh Kumar Mishra, sir, Professor CSE and Director, Sir Aurobindo Institute of Technology, Indore, as he has joined online. Welcome, sir, to the session.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Basically, this is what. First of all, I am thank you to Professor Vijay to invite me for this big event in this conference, and this for to chair this session, and this very expert talks you have organized. And second, first of all, I want to say good afternoon to Madam Ingle. Madam is there. I am very happy to see my Ingle Madam here. Madam, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam. Right. So this. Good afternoon, Madam. Good afternoon. And मैं आज नहीं आ पाया. I miss this opportunity to meet you physically there from Indore, because we have one governor program in our college, and it is going on right now. And so I joined this program also late. Sorry for that first. And this is the program, and I'm having something. This was professor in the previous talk is say something about the machine learning part and CNN part is good. So this is what I am working in the computer vision, and I have developed a 2 or 3 machine learning application for this our hospital, because we are heading, this hospital is a very big hospital for the COVID in the Madhya Pradesh, and we are facing the problem because the patients are coming in this hospital for very poor family background, a financially poor family background. So we have developed number of applications for that, so that we have to minimize their testing and all these things. So we minimize the testing for this COVID. Instead of doing the CT scan and all these things, we are using this X-ray, and on the base of X-ray, we have applied the machine learning and deep learning and given the results, so that there is no need to do the further investigations, right? So, and I'm also using the computer vision in AWS environment. We have the AWS Academy, and we are working on that in the AWS environment. This in this computer vision, basically we are having different we are using here the CCTV camera, and then CCTV camera is directly connected with our computer, and we have developed the model how to identify that the person is wearing the mask or not. For that, we have designed the model under the AWS environment. We have the AWS Academy here. So I think this is very important area where we can work on that. So I think I will not take much time, because all the speakers are lined up. So thank you for inviting me here. Thank you, Professor Vijay and the others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DK Mishra sir, for sparing your time and delivering the talk also. Thank you so very much. Now let me invite again Obreshi sir to call the next speaker.
Now I would like to call Professor Rosalina Bebo. Rosalina Bebo is a coordinator professor of informatics science, System Department of School of Accounting and Administration of Porto, Polytechnic of Porto, Portugal. Since the year 2000, she is head the Information Systems Department, and for about 12 years, a member of the University Scientific Boards. She was one of the founder of CEOS PP Research Center, and it's a director for 5 years. Rosalina has served on Committee for International Conferences, act as a reviewer in scientific journals and book editor, having several published papers. Her main area of research are e-learning, usability, e-business, and social network. So I welcome Professor Rosalina Bebo for her distinguished talk on how to distinguish member in a work group with Web Evelina. Over to Professor.
Hello, good afternoon to all of you. I'm talking from Porto, Portugal. I'm trying now to share my presentation. I think now you are able to see my presentation. And again, good afternoon. It is for me an honor to be here in this distinguished conference. I'm talking from the Business School of Instituto Politécnico do Porto in Portugal. I'm going to talk you about work groups and problem-based learning, and how you can distinguish members in a work group through a tool developed by me called Web Avalia. So this is a kind of rhetoric questions. As a student how often do you consider the assessment unfair? I mean, when you develop a work group project, how many times you consider that you did almost all the work and the others just get the same mark as you? And as a teacher, how many of you consider the time and energy spent on the grading process a burden? And this often occurs particularly when we have huge classes of students. So nowadays employers are not only searching for knowledge. Knowledge is the main thing they are searching for, but also motivation, emotional intelligence, and attitudes. These are skills with a major importance in the nowadays labor market. Therefore, the education system should prepare students for their future working life, which is many times very different from the academy and from universities. So when students work in work groups, which is a learning method where students are gathered in groups to complete a proposed project and engage in an active learning. It's something they are going to develop and not just to sit and listening to the teachers. The students, depending on and assist each other in the development of work, and they must interact with each other. It provides the student with the opportunity to discover information or look for a way to solve a new problem. Problem-based learning, which can be developed in work groups or not, but in this case, I'm talking about problem-based learning developed in work groups, provides students with guided experience in learning through solving complex and real-world problems. Collaborative learning that assists the student in learning content, process skills, and problem-solving skills. So we have a problem, we have a group of students, we give them tools and knowledge to find the good solution for this problem. In traditional learning, we have to teach the curricula, students have to memorize and propose a problem to illustrate the knowledge. Usually teachers propose this problem to illustrate the knowledge, and that's all. With problem-based learning, the teachers propose a problem, they identify the needed knowledge, sometimes it's interdisciplinary knowledge, and the students learn and apply the knowledge to solve the problem. So working in groups and also using problem-based learning methods increase autonomy, leadership, and responsibility in students. Also improves communication, creative thinking, and cooperation skills. Enhances collaboration and social relationships among students. Sometimes we have students from different countries working together, which is very nice to go behind the barriers, the cultural barriers, even the difference in time from India to Portugal or Australia to Portugal or whatever the country. Improves problem-solving skills and decision-making, more independent from the teacher, improves critical and practical thinking, and helps to assimilate knowledge. All this through problem-based learning and working in groups, students working in groups. Anyway, every time we have a group project, we have something like this we are seeing now. Someone has no idea what's going on the whole time. Another says she's going to help a lot, but she's not. Someone disappeared at the very beginning and does not show up again till the very end of the project. And someone does, for instance, 99% of the work. And this is very difficult because do all the members contribute the same? And how to distinguish the performance of each student? This question is not just a question of the academy, of the teachers and of the university, but it's also a question in companies. Companies also deal with this unbiased way to see their workers and their participants in projects. What usually happens at university is that the teachers have difficulty in differentiating students, so they assign the same grade to all group members with the impossibility to distinguish the students. Even more now that we are working with students online, so we don't meet the students every day, and they work a lot remotely and online, but with each other in group members, and we cannot evaluate the exact performance of each student in a work group. So there's an unfairness in the evaluation process with this situation. Peer assessment and self-assessment. Self-assessment consists in evaluating the individual work by having the person evaluate themselves. Is when I ask myself, how much did I contribute to the final product? Peer assessment measures the collaboration between peers in projects and presentations. For instance, when we finish a project, we evaluated our peers, our colleagues in the development of this project. It gives useful, credible, and complementary classification for teachers on assessing students beyond individual learning competencies. So we developed a project, a software project called WebAvalia. The environment was at the Polytechnic of Porto ISCAP in the Information System Department, with students of technological courses, namely database, spreadsheet, software development with Visual Basic and so on. It involves students, teachers, and several staff. The problem here was the inexistence of a technological support or solution for work group assessment. The knowledge base for developing this framework was the problem-based learning, self and peer assessment, work group assignments, technology-enhanced assessment. And the coding technology was database management system, database design, program languages, and usability evaluation of the several different versions obtained. The assessment of the tool was done by senior lecturers' expertise and the comparison with other e-assessment tools. So after reviewing the usability of existing self and peer assessment tools, other in market besides this one new, we conclude that the important features of a tool like this one was mainly the necessity of the restriction of scopes. Not all students can have the maximum note. We need to distinguish among the students. Also, the weighted assessments. In a project, we have a big period of time, so we need to distinguish in several milestones and weighted the assessments in several milestones, and also the easiness to form groups. So we conclude we needed for a free software tool available to all the community, which could allow all these facilities. And we developed WebAvalia. What is WebAvalia? WebAvalia is a framework designed to support the lecture in the group work assessment by distinguish each one of the individual performance in a team. It is designed to bring fairness, to be fair, to be easy to use, to have a good usability, and to be anonymous, because the students don't want that the others knows. They give a worse classification or votation to their work. So it needs to be anonymous and fair. WebEvalia, the software, is used two main types of users: the students and the evaluators. The evaluators, in this case, the teacher. It allows the students to easily and several times through the semester give marks to their colleagues, a kind of votation. They have 100 points to divide among the other colleagues. For instance, here you can see this table, and each one of these students need to vote and to use the 100 points to divide among the colleagues in a work group. So the evaluation can assemble the work, the group works, and after the group works are assembled, also there are some parameters that can be weighting, like if self-assessment weight is higher or lower than non-self-assessment weight. The number of assessment moments can be considered. It depends on the project. Sometimes we want just one moment of assessment at the end of the project. If the project is very long and takes, for instance, 1 year, we could want like 2 or 3 or 4 different assessment moments. Also, the weights of the different assessment moments can vary. For instance, if I have 2 assessment moments, I can give one as the weight for the first assessment moment, and then I can give 3 for the second assessment moment. At the end of the process, the teacher evaluates each one of the projects and grade each group with a mark. In Portugal, we grade the students with marks between 0 and 20. So the teacher needs to register the work group grades, and then with different algorithmics, we have the different calculations to the final scores with different values of final scores depending on the algorithm. Of course, this table is not seen by the students, it's just seen by the evaluator. And each one of these results, result A, C, or D, they have different algorithms which have been evolving and getting better in the time, and accordingly to our studies and to our improvement of the mathematical foundations of these algorithms. So as we can see, we have here 5 different students, and each one of them has different points for moment 1 and different points from moment 2 and moment 3. The average according the different rules is here in total. This is points, not a mark, but we can see this total. From this total, we can see that Adam Carter and Christine Palmer are the students who work the most. On the contrary, John Smith is the student who worked the less. So if the mark for this project is 15, if the teacher marks this project with a 15, so the students will get different results. If we look to result D, we see that the 2 best students, 2 hard worker students, get the maximum mark, and the other ones get a kind of proportion to the 15 mark. So the result is not equal to all the students. WebEvalia assists so in distinguishing the performance of each student in a work group, allowing that each student can have a different mark, and not all the students can have the same mark unless they think they all develop the same kind of work and the same effort to the final result. All these and much more, all the communications I've been doing through the time are present in this website. This website is a kind of report with all what's have been done about this tool. There's papers, scientific papers, and all the framework presentation. So in conclusion, WebEvalia can be used by any institutions that performs assessments, make the assessment process fair when we have students working in groups, contributes to individual sense of fairness and reward, because a very good student can work very hard that he knows he won't get the same reward that someone who is very lazy, and assists in the assessment of work groups. I've been analyzing the last 5-year surveys results on WebEvalia, and the results are very good. Almost all students, they see the fairness of the tool. I would like to implement WebEvalia in other contexts, not just in academic content. Of course, all universities can use the tool, but also in companies, if they want to distinguish members in working in groups, they can try to use WebEvalia. The results given by WebEvalia are always on improvement. I mean, if there is a better mathematical formulation for the algorithm of WebEvalia, we can have a different result, not E, but E or another one, because I'm trying always to improve the results given by the tool. Also, what I'm trying to do, I did already some tests in MATLAB, is to apply artificial intelligence and machine learning to the survey results. In 1 year, I can apply machine learning to the survey results in order to transform the next year algorithm. So the algorithm can be adjustable according to the opinion of the students who have answered the surveys and used the tool. Here, if you want, you can just have this QR code that goes directly to the website of WebEvalia and all the stuff around this software. Thank you very much for allowing me to share this work with you. It is my pleasure to be being part of this conference, with a big pity of my part not to be in India, but who knows? We have still many years of this conference, and who knows, next year everything goes better in the world, and I will be sharing with you my knowledge about this subject or any other subject which would be good for your conference. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready for any question.
Thank you, Professor Rosalina, for your wonderful talk. You explained about problem-based learning and traditional learning approach. You also discussed about competence and skill group related projects. You also discussed about an e-learning framework, that is a WebEvalia. Now, I request to the audience, any question from your side to Professor Rosalina? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello. Madam, in your presentation, you said about group assessment, but I would like to know your software WebEvalia is how it is different or equal to Google Classroom and Moodle. If you can give some lights in this area, that would be more better for all of us.
I think it's a different tool. There are other tools which work for this kind of approach. This kind of approach is when you have different work groups students working in different work groups, and you want them not to classify the quality of the other's work, but the performance of each individual in a work group. So to the teacher is the role to classify the quality of the project. This tool just allow the students to evaluate or to vote about the effort of each one of the group members in a work group. I don't know if I answer your question.
Okay, thank you. Any other question?
Let me say something. Thank you so much, Dr. Rosalina. Such a nice talk. And thank you very much for sparing your time. We know that it is in morning in your place, and here we are enjoying the afternoon. You took the pen to come here and then present such a nice talk. Thank you so much. And I can also see here Dr. Cornelia, Angle Dragon. Madam, we wait for you in the morning session, also in the inauguration, but I didn't get time. You were not online. So may I request you to say a few words, best wishes for our this conference, Professor Cornelia. I think उनको करना पड़ेगा host. We are just unmuting yours. Now you can unmute yourself, then speak. Professor Cornelia, you just unmute yourself.
Hello, did you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much for the invitation. Hello to everyone. It's a great honor for me to be here and to participate of this huge event. I wish you all participants good luck. I am Cornelia Victoria Angel Drugarin from Romania, Babeș-Bolyai University, Faculty of Engineering and Department of Computer Science. They are very great to be here, and I wish you a happy new year. And I will, and I hope in a future collaboration, I will invite you all in Romania after the pandemic situation. We have the same topics, the same preoccupations in Internet of Things, and I congratulate Mrs. Rosalina Babo for the presentation of PBL. We have also PBL courses and modules, and we teach in this area using these tools.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cornelia.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Definitely we'll come next year to your place.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you
so
very much. God bless you.
Now, fine. Now let me request OPDC sir for the further question.
Moving forward, now I'm inviting Professor Hanumanthappa for enlightening with his talk on how linear algebra is fueling artificial intelligence. Professor Hanumanthappa is working as a professor, and he is a chairman of Department of Computer Science and Applications, Bangalore University, Bangalore. He obtained his PhD in data mining from Bangalore University, Bangalore. He has published over 95 research papers, articles in national and international journals of high repute, and having over 35 conference proceedings. Dr. Hanumanthappa has received Gold Medal Award by a Golden Economic Progress and Research Association, Tamil Nadu in 2012, and founder member of Indian Science Congress, now New Delhi, and Global Economic Progress in Research Association. His research interest includes data mining, numerical algorithms, network security, information retrieval. Now I invite Professor Hanmantappa. Professor Hanmantappa, sir, over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. First of all, I feel it an honor. Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. First of all, I feel it an honor to stand to be a part of this international conference, which is going to be held at IIS University, Jaipur. And I'm very much thankful to my friend, Dr. Vijay Singh Rathod and the team members for giving me the opportunity to be a part of this esteemed program. And I'm also very much thankful to all the members who have joined, Professor Durgesh Kumar Misra and all other Goswami sir and various people. Thank you one and all. And I also would like to wish you happy year 2022. I have chosen the topic for this presentation. It's only 20 minutes presentation, so I would like to rush up. How linear algebra is fueling artificial intelligence. So friends, assume that I have a pen and you have a pen. If I give my pen to you and if you give your pen to me, how many pens each one of us are going to have? It is only one, is it not? At the same time, assume that I have an idea. If I give my idea to you and if you give your idea to me, at the end, how many ideas each one of us are going to have? That is 2, is it not? This is the purpose of conducting any conference, seminar, webinar, or whatever it may be, the faculty development program. So we can have the exchange of knowledge and we can have the interchange of information. I hope that's going to happen in this esteemed conference. So I have chosen the topic, how linear algebra is fueling artificial intelligence. Friends, all of us are well aware of this artificial intelligence and the term linear algebra. Because all of us are computer science background, so all of us are well versed with this 2 terminology. So, but of course, linear algebra is the backbone of this artificial intelligence that I would like to enlighten today with my small presentation. So all of us know there is a saying that mathematics is the language with which God has written the universe. So that is by Galileo. As friends, with time, science has reached its zenith. The evolution of technology has made our life easier. If we travel back a few centuries before, then we cannot find any kind of technological advancement, and people were fully dependent on manpower. With the growing years, the best invention happened, that is the invention of machines or the computer. Few years after the invention, the growth began to flourish exponentially. With time, the big machines have reduced their size and increased their speed and capability. Now, the human race is dependent on this artificial intelligence. Here, the question comes, why are we dependent on artificial intelligence? The different branches of science are working out to create
Hanmantappa sir, you can just switch off your video. So you are not audible.
Now,
You can switch off your video, then we can hear you.
people think artificial intelligence is a sort of brain, which is Vijay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
People think artificial intelligence as a sort of brain, which is artificial and reflect images from science fiction movies about robots. Such images contain a very the function in technology, initially in the 80s, one, and later on it became one. That means each one of one.
You are not audible, sir. Sir, you are not audible properly. Almantapa, sir. I think he's rejoining.
Am I audible now? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Screen is visible, no?
Screen is not visible. We can see you, but not your screen.
There was some network issue.
Sir, now we can see your screen. You can just switch off your camera. So that
Yeah,
we can
now it's
see.
visible, no?
Now it is properly visible.
Yeah, sorry for that. In 1980, as I was telling that one to many, and later it became one to one. Now it's many to one. That means many to many. That means many people say all of us are doing many this one, and say suppose so the technology is changing accordingly. So the world will change more in the next 20 years than in the previous 300 years. It could be heaven or it could be hell. The future is better than what we think because data, every and everywhere, and cloud everything and everything. That means we have quintals of data in day-to-day basis, and everything is stored in the cloud. Smart everything, whatever we do, it's smart enough, and connected everything, and compute. We are able to compute anything, and we are able to make anything, and we are doing transaction anything, and we are able to see everything because of this at present, because of the technological. So for all these things, data is the oil, and artificial intelligence is new electricity. So it is named the job of the century. It helps you earn dollars. It opens a world of opportunities. Absolutely, all of us agreed, and you are aware of all these advantages of learning artificial intelligence. But AI is beyond ahead in every niche it has stepped in. We are in an age where we call Alexa, Google, Siri more than we call out our friends and family members. Artificial intelligence is no longer limited to science fiction movies or shows. It is all around. It is the Gmail reply prompter, Amazon purchase, recommend. Let us tell you.
Sir, you are not audible again.
The cakewalk, but if you are passionate and consistent, the future welcomes you. Let us
Almantapa,
have a
sir.
look at. Oh, sir.
Sir, can you switch off your video, because I think when you switch off your video, the audio you will be audible properly.
1 second. The screen is shared now, Vijay?
Yes, sir. Now screen is visible and you are also audible.
Okay. So if you're someone who wants to learn and it's not a cakewalk, but if you are passionate and consistent, the future welcomes you. So anyone can learn the artificial intelligence. There are various reasons to learn artificial intelligence, and also once if you have learned artificial intelligence, how this linear algebra is going to useful for this AI. This is the most happening topic in the world right now, and each and every business is trying to implement artificial intelligence in their process. Well, if you are not aware of what AI means, then nothing is worry about it's not a rocket science. The importance was where it can be built in such a like huge process involved building up machines to support the decision completely analyze the data that is it is synthesize the information, provide an appropriate decision. In this case, the decision making is done by analyzing tons of data that is gathered. So AI is a computer science concerned with study and the creation of computer system that exhibit some form of the system that can reason useful conclusions about the world around us, system that can understand the natural language that perceives the kind of visual scene, system that perform other types of details, other fields that require human intelligence, system that learn new concepts and tasks and more and more. So as I was telling that the data everywhere, so we humans generate more than 2.5 quintals of bytes every single freaking day. Can you believe that we collect from when we see how we communicate? We feed the collected data to machine learning to retrieve a behavioral pattern, some sort of information about consumers, information that could transform as insights, that is into knowledge. Therefore, companies are literally running towards AI in the hope of make more sales and with the race ultimately. So, well, artificial intelligence is not a single subject. It has subfields like learning, machine learning, deep learning, communication, and using NLP, knowledge representation, and reasoning, problem solving, uncertain reasoning. We'll explain how objects and its properties are using AI subfields, especially machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, etc. So, and also we'll describe the subfield concepts where say all these subfields, that is machine learning, NLP, and deep learning, where AI, linear algebra objects can be applied. Plays major role in artificial intelligence and machine learning. In various machine learning inputs and to train the machines with the characteristics and expected outputs. Linear algebra is also used to various algorithms where implementing linear algorithm and to implement cost function, linear algebra plays important role. Intelligence and machine learning are nothing. So that I hope all of us will agree with that. fundamental to quote Skylar Speckman, linear algebra is the mathematics of the 21st century. Artificial intelligence, enhanced model of human intelligence, mimicking human behavior, and beyond, as Alan Turing study point out, it is an imitation game, posing a question on whether machines can really think. Linear algebra is the foundation of machine learning. An image is processed by the machine in the form of pixels, and the use of matrices allow any function to be performed on the image. With the help of vectors and matrices, linear algebra allows mathematical operations to be performed. Data scientists can abstract data and models with the concept of scalars, vectors, tensors, matrices, sets, and sequences. Topology, game theory, graph theory, functions, linear transformations, eigenvalues, and vectors. So all these concepts were using in this AI and related areas. So linear algebra's role in making the computer think and learn, that is, as we used to say, AI. Vectorization is the main this thing, and dimensional reduction, computer vision, and all these are the concepts. So if you consider the vectorization, vectors are an order array of numbers. They are used to deal with inequalities and systems of equations for notional convenience. They help AI solve problems related to regression, clustering, speech recognition, and machine translation. And if you take the dimensional reduction, transformation of data from a high dimensional space to a low dimensional space, are simply put, reducing the number of input variables in a data set to reduce the challenges in the predictive modeling task. So computer vision images are stored as a matrix and read in pixels. Each pixel has a value of range from 0 to 255. So the logic that is applied to create an AI is the preset equations and rules that make artificial intelligence work in the essence of the logic behind its working. Here, machine's competency is built to mimic human behavior. Artificial intelligence uses the following three factors to derive logical conclusions. So historical data from archived sources are used to construct logical rules that fit a certain scenario. Fresh data is added to reiterate and support the logic. Further, humans' interaction is utilized when conclusions are unclear. So logic here, that is translates to Boolean values to true or false based on if-then statements. The whole crux of machine learning is that once a human intervention allows to correct a decision, the machine will auto-correct itself and learn, adopt, and improve its ability to automate. Re-engineering human traits and characteristics into a machine to make them work with lesser or no human interference is what a successful AI system can boast off. So if you consider the following are the various domains of AI, will give a wider understanding and its functioning, especially the machine learning, deep learning, neural networks, natural language processing, computer vision, and cognitive computing. Friends, if you see this image, what do you see when you look at this image? Well, it is a cute dog playing with a ball, is it? Right? This seemingly obvious observation is not an easy task for a computer. As human beings, we are easily able to understand the image, but whereas when it comes to the computer, how it's going to be understand? How does the computer that process everything in zeros and ones even store this image? So the answer is the matrices, again, the linear algebra. So a digital image is made up of a small indivisible units called pixels. Each pixel of an image is represented by an intensive value. Therefore, an image is essentially a matrix whose elements are the intensity values of each individual pixel. To expand, compress, crop, and perform any operation on these images, linear algebra is most likely involved. So when people think of the field of data science in general or of specific areas of it, learning or computer vision, they rarely consider linear algebra. The reason linear algebra is often overlooked is that tools used today to implement data science algorithms do an excellent job in hiding the underlying maths that make everything come true. Most of the time, people avoid getting into linear algebra because it is difficult or hard to understand. Although partly true, being familiar with linear algebra is an essential skill for data scientists and computer engineers. So when it's the linear algebra is used so much in artificial intelligence and other related areas. So what is linear algebra? Linear algebra is a branch of mathematics that deals with linear equations and linear functions, which are represented through matrices and vectors. In simple words, linear algebra helps you understand geometric concepts such as planars in higher dimensions and perform mathematical operations on them. It can be thought of as an extension of algebra into an arbitrary number of dimensions rather than working with scalars. It works with matrices and vectors. So linear algebra is the building block of machine learning and deep learning. Understanding these concepts at the vector and the matrix level deepens your understanding and widens your perspective of a particular ML problem. Here are a few applications of linear algebra in machine learning. So if you consider these are the data representation, data pre-processing, machine learning, so deep learning. These are the various applications. So data representation is very much linear algebra is going to be used as a data representation. Data representation and data processing are not the sub areas of AI. These are using in machine learning and deep learning and neural networks, NLP. These are natural language processing areas. Other sub areas like problem solving, knowledge representation, and knowledge reasoning, linear algebra objects are used, but not as much as in linear learning, that is machine learning and deep learning and NLP. So you can see this, how the linear algebra objects and the properties in the subfields, that is deep learning and natural language processing. I mean to say that the data science and machine learning and natural language processing are using this linear algebra very much when it compared to the subfields of AI. And linear algebra is a mathematical objects that present math answers depend on the dimensions of your data. You have to choose the right object to store and process. Before starting how to use mathematical objects in AI, it is better to refresh linear algebra. So as all of us know this, data representation, so I explained in terms of mathematical objects, vectors, matrix, and tensors. Data set, so most of the time we'll be using the data set. It is a collection of examples of data points or objects. Each example is a collection of features. Each example is a row and a feature is a column. So based how we are going to design the matrix, and we'll be using the matrices. So a data set can be described through a design matrix. A design matrix is a matrix containing a different example in each. For example, so you can see this how matrix representation is going to be done. If the data is not a particular order, that is columns are not same for each example row, in such cases we describe a set containing m elements in each of which has different vector size. In supervised learning, data sets contain a label or target as well as collection of features. So similarly, the data pre-processing, before we use data sets and ML algorithms or any subfields of AI, it is necessary that data sets could be ready, and that is, it must be cleaned and filtered. And there are three forms of data processing, either mean subtraction, normalization, and PCA, principal component analysis, and whitening. These forms described in short. So just as I would like to give a glimpse of this. And linear algebra is the foundation of machine learning, from the notations used to describe the algorithms to the implementation of the algorithms itself. So this is how the vectorization is going to be done. The computations can be performed using a for loop for 100 iterations. So that means whatever we do, it's called vectorization. And linear algebra provides the first steps into vectorization, presenting the deeper way of thinking about parallelization. And even the most rudimentary machine learning models like linear regression and this use these techniques. Such methods are also used in Python library, available in the Python libraries like NumPy, SciPy, Scikit, Learn, Pandas, and TensorFlow. And the second, this thing is dimensional reduction. Consider a data set consisting of a training of samples with n number of features used in predict a certain target variable. A useful geometric representation of this dataset could be used to consider the training samples as points in an n-dimensional feature space. If n is very large, the volume of the feature space is very large. This means that the points in that space often represent a small and non-representative sample. Too many input variables can dramatically impact the performance of the machine learning algorithms. This is generally referred to as the coarse method. Sure, I don't know. So the linear algebra is going to be very much useful in the artificial intelligence. So mathematics can help enhance analytical thinking, which is a vital role factor in artificial intelligence. Unlike the misconception that artificial intelligence is the magic, math is the force that drives that magic. So especially the linear algebra. So with this few things, I would like to wind up my session, and also there is some network issue. If there are any questions, most welcome. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Ananda.
So any questions from audience side? Thank you. Now I am inviting to Dr. Nilanjan Dey for his talk on deep learning in medical imaging challenges and state-of-art solutions. Dr. Nilanjan Dey is Associate Professor, Department of CSE, JSI University, Kolkata. Dr. Dey is an Associate Professor in Department of CSE at JSI University, Kolkata, hold an honorary position of visiting scientist at Global Biomedical Technologies Incorporation, CA, USA. He is a research scientist at Laboratory of Applied Mathematical Modeling in Human Psychology, Territorial Organization of Engineering Unions of Belgrade. He is a managing editor of many journals. His research interest includes medical imaging, soft computing, data mining, machine learning, and rough sets, mathematical modeling, and computer simulations. Now I would like to call Dr. Dey.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you. So I'm going to complete within 15 to 20 minutes as suggested by Vijay sir. So I'm dropping the part medical imaging. I'm talking about only deep learning, the challenges and the state-of-art solutions. Can you please go to the next slide? Sorry. Okay. So any machine learning algorithms, the intrinsic nature is it's hungry about data. There is hungriness is intrinsic nature. So the machine learning algorithms are very much depends on or very much sensitive to the data which you are feeding to the system. Now, talking about the data which we are feeding, if the data is bad data, then if it is a garbage, then the out will be also garbage. So garbage in, always it will be a garbage out. So data cleaning process is a very important part in machine learning. Data cleaning process means you have to identify and you have to correct the error. So bad data means inconsistent data. Bad data means extraneous text, maybe missing data, maybe redundant information, contextual information, or maybe any kind of garbage values. These all are so-called bad data. So this quotation is very nice quotation. That's all good data are alike, but bad data are individually you have to treat. So individually you have to dig into the bad data and you have to correct it. Otherwise, ultimately it will be a disaster. It's not failure. Okay. Now the question is how much data is good for many machine learning algorithm? It's a very common question that how much data should I use for training purpose? So there is no as such heuristic mechanism which actually tells that this much of data is good for machine learning. But depending upon the scenario, depending upon the applications, you have to decide and you have to, make sure that this much of data is good data for the training purpose. Now, good data means as much good data you're able to feed into the system, the decision-making process will be much more robust, much more generic. That's why the data sheet needs to be bigger. As much as bigger it's sufficient, then the decision-making process will be much more closer to the actual what you are expecting. Now, deep learning is nothing but a memorization technique, where the training set, actually we try to design a model of interpolation. Now, the main missing part of deep learning is the abstract knowledge in between the variables. So it doesn't know what is the relationship in between the variable. And that is the major challenge of deep learning. Because in a neural network, this is one very limited capacity to deal with the variations of data. So if there are lots of different variations in the data, it's very difficult to come up with a proper decision from neural network. So that's why, to overcome the situation, what we need to do, once we try to feed more data, that means we have to consider more variable data. So as much as possible, different variable we can input into the system, the process will be much more robust. So that's why the main challenge of deep learning is the absence of the relationship in between the variables. That is the biggest challenge. Now, deep learning is far away from integrating the abstract knowledge. And you can say what the objects are, or what the objects for, or how they are typically used. We are not that much aware about it. We simply feed the data and we got some result. Now, talking about this, a 7-month, say, infant, you can say, imagine, he can also find out some abstract knowledge and come with a rule-based. And from some very small unlabeled data set, he can also decide something, maybe within some certain minutes. But in cases of deep learning, because of this missing abstraction, we need to feed more and more data, maybe sometime millions data, maybe billions data. So to make the whole system robust, two things is very important: that how robust deep learning algorithms are, that need to be found out. And the second thing is how much quality training data you need to feed. These are the two important questions for once we try to deploy deep learning framework. Now, forget about deep learning. If we talk about shallow machine learning, like say, if there is a single point, if the number of point increases, you will see once you try to draw a plot, maybe the 1 or maybe 2 or the 3, the polyfit curve, actually more number of points, it will give you better generalization. Even for the linear regression also, if the number of point increases, you will see the generalization will be it will be much more robust, so improve results. Even for the KNN, if the number of data point increases, the cluster, maybe you will see the partition will be much more prominent. If we go for any kind of hierarchical structure, the data points, it definitely depends on the data point. So any kind of shallow machine learning algorithms, always you will see the more data means more generic result, more generalization, more improved version. But the major challenge in medical science is the less amount of data, because we always talk about big data, but very less time we talk about small data. But small data is a very important thing in machine learning, because if your data is very small in size, maybe say you have 50 CT images or say 10 MR images, from there, if you want to come up with some, if you want to deploy one machine learning algorithm, it will be a big challenge. So in that type of cases, what the major issues are, the main issue is it always try to revolve around a particular variance. And if you will see, if you use less number of data, there is a high chance of overfitting. And another thing is outliers. If there is 50 data and 4 outliers, if there are 500 data, 4 outliers, so definitely the first case will be very much dangerous case for any kind of training system. So these are the 3 important things, like variance, overfitting, and the last one is the outliers. These are the biggest challenge for any kind of machine learning system where the data, there is a crunch of data, or the data is a niche data, or the availability of data is very less. So once we started working in COVID, maybe in February 2020, that time, the major challenge was the data. So the paper from where we try to predict the very first prediction model, that was on small data only. Okay, so there is a huge data set which is called ImageNet data set, which is given by Professor Fifi Lee from Stanford University in 2009. In this particular data set, there was 14 million different hand annotated data with 80,000 distinct classes. So you can imagine how big the data size is. So generally we use this data size for transfer learning purpose mainly. So 14 million data hand annotated and 80,000 distinct class. So starting from 2010, what the error rate was initially 28%. And gradually, after introduce the deep learning frameworks, during the AlexNet introduced, then gradually, once the VGG comes into the market, then suddenly there is a dip, huge dip. And from 2014-15 onwards, it is lesser than the human error rate. So you can imagine, human can make mistake, but deep learning framework will not make the mistake. So 14 million data set, 80,000 distinct class. Now, once we talk about this, the main thing, Professor Hilton comes with a very nice paper in 2012. He's shown that if there are 60 million different parameters, 60 million parameters and 6.5 lakhs of intermediate node you require just to classify 1,000 data. So think about 80,000 data. If it is 80,000, so think about the number of parameters which need to be tuned. And that number of parameter tuning for any kind of meta-heuristic or heuristic algorithm is almost an impossible kind of task. So that is the biggest challenge. So that means if you have 6.5 lakhs of nodes and 60 million parameters, from there, if you try to design some hyperplane, and based on that, you are trying to, classify. So 1,000 data set classification is such a kind of challenging task. So once we talk about deep learning, we generally consider the images are very good data, so-called good data. But in reality, the data are not like this. The data are actually captured from different angles, maybe different backgrounds, maybe different lighting conditions, the illumination, maybe you can say this partially, sometimes it's occlude, there is a shadowing effect. So from those, the missing component of the object, it can't be constructed by the AI system. But human can easily recognize that this is a missing part and there is a shadow, so it can reconstruct it. Because machine doesn't have that imaginary power, like, AI doesn't have that imaginary power like human brain. So this is the biggest challenge, even for the CNN also. If we go for translation, it works always very good. So if there are small object, in the object, there are different images and their positions into different places, CNN will tell you it works fine, but actually in reality, it's a failure case. So what I'm talking about is, say, for example, there is as I already said, there is a data set called ImageNet. But these all ImageNet data set are very, very, very good data. They are all taken from a good position, good lighting conditions, good illumination, and it's an ideal case. So once we use this, as a benchmark, so always we use that base data. So there is a goofy thing. There is flaws, fundamentally flaws. Once we use this kind of data set, like the problem is, once you use, all the chairs look like something like this, but in reality, the chairs are not like this. The chairs are almost messy. It's my room maybe. So it's not that data set is not actually there. All the data set are fundamentally, there is a flaw. It's not actually, I'm not saying, it's already proven. So the thing is, possible all angles, possible all different types of lighting conditions you have to impure. For that, maybe the data augmentation is a solution. Again, data augmentation based on GAN or any kind of, there are different shortcomings. Now talking about this, you can see human brain can easily recognize these all are same. But for deep learning, try to understand that these are all different. For deep learning, any model, it will try to detect that these are all different. You are taken from different conditions, different angles. So these are not considered in deep learning framework. Now coming to this, as I already said, that data augmentation is one of the, you can say is a solution for this. But CNN, as I said, fundamentally flaws. Professor Hilton said that in a good conference, AAAI, that conference is, he's shown that why this CNN is fundamentally flaws. The reason is multiple. It's not are. The first thing is pooling layer. In the pooling layer, once you are trying to pool, maybe max pool or mean pool, we simply discard multiple nodes, multiple pixels without knowing the inherent pattern or what is the underlying relationship in between the points or the pixels. So we simply try to find out the average case or simply try to find out the, say, maybe max pool. But without knowing the abstract knowledge in between the pixel, we simply drop those. That actually, it's a kind of, you can say, disaster, because pooling layer makes CNN fundamentally flawed. Second thing is, as I said, the translation, it works very nice. Simply cases, suppose these two faces. if you consider these all are different objects with eyes, faces, nose, your CNN will tell both are same. But actually that is not. It can consider as a translated image, but it is not translated image. These two images are completely different. But if you give into a CNN system, if you feed into the system, it will tell you that these two images are same. So positioning, even though that is changes, if it is not rotated, if it is not scaled, if it is only translated, it will not be able to detect. So this is another flaw. Now that's why we need lots of data, lots and lots of data. And that's why for this parameter tuning is very important. So millions of parameters, you need a good hardware, and apart from these data. So the models are improving, the data size is improving, as well as the complexity of the problem is also improving, and the transparency is also getting lesser. So yes, it's always good to invest time and money to gather more data and to clean the data properly for machine learning. So let me go very fast within 5-6 minutes. So one technique is called the patch-based training. In patch-based training, what we try to do in segmentation, we try to segment the image based on the pixel level. Now, once we feed the whole image as for segmented image, then there is a big problem for convergence. So what we try to do, we try to feed as a patch. So based on the patch analysis, if you try to feed, there is a less chance of redundant input data, and the convergence will be much more faster. So that's why in this way, you can make the algorithm much more faster. So one is patch-based training mechanism, where we need to always consider the convergence. You need to come up with a faster rate, but keep in mind, once you try to go for patch-based mechanism, the thing is the data which you are feeding in it needs to be very much variable. So variability of the data needs to be checked, and there should not be any overlapping cases. If there is overlapping patches, you will get good result, but ultimately that result is not actual result. So second one is a weak supervised learning. So we generally use supervised and unsupervised learning. So we always have, say, benchmark, something like, say, for high quality benchmarking you already have. So you simply go for supervised learning, or say, for example, maybe semi-supervised learning, or maybe transfer learning. So maybe accurate, less accurate, or maybe accurate, you can say. Another case is no annotation. If there is no annotation, it's unsupervised learning clustering. But we should talk about in between. I don't have that much of doctor who can annotate. Then what should I do? What should I do is in between this, if we don't have high quality benchmarking and if don't have no annotation, so we should have some heuristic mechanism, or maybe some perturbation kind of things, or maybe we should use some cheaper technique by using an engineer and taking the benchmark data from them, considering some certain kind of error rate, so that the data set can be improved. And lastly, that data can be tuned or can be sampled. You can say the bias can be reduced and you can feed into your system. That is called the weak supervised learning system. So that is another thing. Then another thing is called the sparse annotation, like sparse matrix. Here also number of 0 elements are greater. That means in the pixels, the unlabeled data are greater. So unlabeled data we should not consider. We should consider only the labeled data. It's just like on-off switching. So first consider what are the data are actually unlabeled. You discard all those pixels, and then you feed into the system. The process will be much more faster. Then called effective negative data set. So if you have all positive data and say 90 cases or say 95 cases positive data and 5 negative data. So in a disease, maybe say 90, 10 or 95, 5. Then the problem is the classifier not be able to classify properly. The discrimination power will be getting lesser. So to make the discrimination power, to improve the efficiency of the discrimination power, what you need to do, you have to always consider the data in such a way that the negative data should be there into the system. So it's always not the disease wala data, it should be always non-disease data too, so that there should be an equal balancing. Then there is a called class imbalancing. Majority of the image processing data, you will see that we mostly focus on ROI, region of interest. So if there is non-region of interest, just try to discard all those non-region of interest so that the process should be faster by patch technique. Okay, so sorry. Okay, another case is overfitting. We always, once we receive some papers in our journals, we always look into the first thing is the accuracy. We are always happy with accuracy, but accuracy is not the only thing for medical science. Medical research, and not the only thing. Maybe the last thing. If you go through the matrix, you will see it might happen the validation matrix after a certain point of time, it is not improving. So even if it are newcomers, it not be able to identify the data properly, but for a very less data, small data, it easily can identify. So this is an overfitting case where training accuracy, if it is improving and improving, don't go on that. You should also look into the validation matrix. If the validation matrix is the value is getting lesser, that means there is an overfitting case. So there are two processes. One is that you have to increase the number of data, or otherwise you have to decrease the memorization power of a network. And this is very interesting. You have to decrease the memorization power of a network. So how can you decrease? You can decrease by decreasing the number of hidden layers. You can incorporate the regularization, maybe L1, L2 regularization, or maybe dropout layers. By all these, you can decrease the memorization technique of the machine. Then comes the learning rate. There are 1,000, as I said, 60,000 parameters. So if somebody says that if I give you one parameter to tune, then which parameter you will tune? So the answer might be learning rate, because learning rate is a kind of shaping which actually tells the weight balancing of the entire network. So by changing the learning rate, you can improve multiple things. So always look into this one that is called the learning rate. So there are different algorithms, optimization technique like Adam and all these things comes where you need to go through. I'm not going into this. Then two typical problem. One is gradient vanishing. This is very common. And one is exploding. Vanishing and exploding is the opposite thing. Vanishing means the input and the output. In between these, the gradient is getting lesser, maybe zero. So you need to substantially increase this. Otherwise, it will, there is an uncertain convergence, means within a period. Or exploding means the gradient is getting, dividing dx is getting increase. So it will never converge. So these are the two typical problems. We always try to focus on vanishing problem, but generally there is another problem which is called exploding problem. Okay, one pixel attack. This is very interesting. One pixel, if you omit from the image, it will give you different result. So this is a very good, nice paper, comes 2-3 years back in TEC, where the people shown that if you omit one single pixel, the result will be different. So this is called the single pixel attack. So one pixel makes the difference of deep learning. So think about it. The deep learning systems are quite good at some large fraction of a given domain, but it can be easily fooled. So the answer is that another thing is that, see, people talk about 99% accuracy, maybe sometimes 99.9% accuracy. In COVID research, there are multiple works where people already reported 99%, something like this. But what is the reality? Why should I trust you? So this is the biggest question. Once we talk about machine learning, deep learning, this question comes to our mind. Why should I trust you? So if there is a 5% cases, which is the not misclassified cases, why it is misclassified, that needs to be understood. So for a model, if the person is smiling, we know that this person is smiling, but we have to understand why it is not classifying other, say maybe Plakchik model. Based on the Plakchik model, what are the different emotions it's not detecting, why it is happy, from which point it is not properly working. So what you need to do so that it will work proper. So the transferability of the machine learning system models need to be very much understandable. So that's why the last thing, which is, you can say is one of the thing last 3-4 years, people are working in this particular domain, LIME, which is called an explainable AI model. So local interpretability. If the machine learning model is saying that this is the Labrador, you have to identify that this is a Labrador, and you have to tell that why it is a Labrador. So performance and as well as the transferability. So there should be a trade-off. So for linear model like linear regression, it is easily interpretable. But as the model increases, say random forest, maybe support vector machine, maybe neural network, maybe deep neural network, the transferability getting deeper. So that's why we need always such kind of explainability of the model. Anyway, thanks for your patience. I think I have not taken much time, within 16 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, due to the time scarcity, without wasting time, as a conclusion, I would like to call Professor Atul Gosai to conclude this session.
Thank you. And as we are aware, we have a time scarcity and we are running late as per our time schedule. But this session was wonderful session for the new researchers and the dominating area of machine learning and artificial intelligence. There are 4 people, they have presented their thoughts and ignited the minds of the researchers as well as faculty members and the teachers community. Majority part was on the image processing as well as artificial intelligence, neural network. Professor Milan has given the information about machine learning and artificial intelligence, about medical image classification, as well as we can use that same thing for the COVID genome analysis with the help of machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence. Professor Bebo given the information about distinguished members for work group analysis of the student and grading of the student, those who are working in the group. Professor Hanumanthappa has given the wonderful mathematical background of the artificial intelligence. I can say that is not a new subject, but it is very old subject. But now artificial intelligence has given the more weightage because our processing power has increased. We have got a number of data available, and based on this data, we are applying this artificial intelligence algorithm on the machines, so that machine learning importance has increased. And for the machine learning, linear algebra and regression, as well as prediction algorithms that are mathematically proven previously, that we are applying, and that kind of things we are applying for the decision process. And Hanumanthappa has given the wonderful information of the linear algebra application in artificial intelligence. And in the last, not but the least, Professor Nilanjan has given a wonderful in-depth analysis about CNN, supervised classification, unsupervised classification, various applications of machine learning as well as artificial intelligence. I can say that that all applications we are having, but the major part is ultimately the intelligent is who, machine or an human. So we can say a human is an intelligent. We are applying our intelligent part by developing different algorithms and feeding that algorithms in the machine, so that machine can take a decision on behalf of a human. So I would like to say that at the end of this session, that ultimately we the human are very much intelligent, and we the human people are designing different algorithms. That algorithms will make a decision, and that will be based on the computer system with the help of a high processing power, and we are getting a precise decision for a prediction. And that is our future for the machine learning and artificial intelligence. And this has ignited all of our mind, and I thank the entire team of this IIS for arranging the wonderful sessions for machine learning and deep learning classifications. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request Professor Vijay Singh Rathore, sir, to felicitate our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Atul Gosani, Dr. O.P. Rishi, and our keynote speaker, Dr. Nilanjan Dey.
मैडम आप आइए।
I would like to thank our dignitaries, our chairperson, keynote speakers for taking out their precious time and gracing us with their presence with a very informative session. Also, I would like to thank our audience for being a keen and attentive listener. Thank you so much. Wishing you a good day.